First of 3 Canadian pairs to skate. 17-year-old Stacey Ball of St. Thomas, Ontario. Jean-Michel Bombardier, 20-year-old from Montreal. And this pair skates out of Boucherville, Quebec.
Chris, this is their first appearance at the World Championships, and their goal here is just to make an impression. Hopefully, it's going to be a big one.
They're opening with the double twist. Really nice and high. Very clean. And now the double axels. Nice.
I'm impressed by the fact that although these two skaters are almost of equal height, he handles her quite nicely for a girl of her size. Aside from a small unison problem in their side-by-side pair spin, I thought they've just had an outstanding debut at the World Championships here.
And that large Canadian contingent would certainly agree with you, Paul.
She looked like she was having a great time out there.
It was obvious as soon as they hit those double axles, her face just lit up and they were off and had an excellent show.
Stacey's a strong skater in her own right. Last year at the Nationals, she placed 8th in the senior ladies event.
After putting a performance like that under your belt, it really gives you the confidence you need to go into the long program here at the World Championships. On the overhead camera, we can see their pair spin, which here in the original program is just that. Each skater is allowed to create a pair spin of their choice, and as a result, you're going to see a lot of very interesting variations in it this evening.
As we prepare for the marks for Stacey Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier.
5.2, 4.7.
And the first set of marks are coming up, and they are from a 4.7 from the Czech judge up to 5.2s for Ball and Bombardier.
I think they're going to find that those marks are going to hold them into the event quite nicely.
Third place at the National Championships in Saskatoon. They were 4th after the original dance, but moved up in the long program. And here come the marks for presentation, and they're a little bit higher.
These marks look a lot better, and I think that if Stacey and Jean-Michel end up in the top 10, they'll have a great result here at the World.
Good start for Ball and Bombardier. Coming up next, we'll have Brassaeur and Eisler. Like their draw, they will skate 9 out of the 19 pairs here. The same can't be said for the new European champions, Natalia Mishkatunik and Artur Dmitriev, 3rd. And I wonder if this draw is to their detriment.
Well, Chris, I really don't see a problem with it. They're the reigning European champions. They medaled last year at Worlds. They are not an unknown quantity to this judging panel.
I saw a 2-foot landing on the double axel there. Incredible flexibility, and here's one example of it.
We have just seen a very soundly skated program. However, their choice of music didn't exactly get me involved in the program. I wanted to be excited, and yet they just glided through the program, and I really didn't get involved. And I don't know whether or not that type of program in this event is going to be one that's going to put them on top.
Well, it was beautiful, and it was elegant, and it's a direct contrast from what you're going to see from Herbie and Isabel, who are just powerful, very powerful. Here's a look at the double axel jumps.
Possibly in slow motion, we can see whether or not she actually did 2-foot this jump on the landing.
Yes, she definitely touched down with her toe.
Choreographically, I found the program somewhat interesting, especially here. We're going to see one of the spins that they executed, but then they went immediately into the pair spin right after this. Kind of unusual that they would not put any other element between the two spins.
They were third at last year's World Championships behind Brassaeur and Eisler. They've changed their short program from the Europeans. It was a can-can then, and it didn't seem to carry off their personalities. I think they're better as a dramatic couple.
Well, I find it interesting, Chris. We're going to see their long program later this week, and it is in the same vein as this program, a slow, beautifully choreographed, flowing program, and why they would 2-2 the same, I'm not really sure.
It's the first set of marks for Mishkatunik and Dmitriev, the required elements, 5.4 from the British judge up to 5.7s. 5.7. These are first place marks, but lots of room there for...
It does look like the judges took a deduction for the double axel.
Natalia not happy with the first set of marks, but I think the second set will please her. As you can see, 5 6s up to 5 8s for the European champions of 1991, Mishkatunik and Dmitriev.
5.7.
Coming up, Canadians Ball and Bombardier. They're next when CBC's coverage of the World Figure Skating Championship from Munich continues. for Ball and Bombardier. Coming up next, we'll have Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler when CBC's coverage of the World Figure Skating Championships continues after this. Well, they've come a long way under their coach, José Picard, who says they're even better than last year. Our best bet in pairs since Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini. This is Lloyd Eisler and Isabelle Brassaeur.
They've had a great week in practice this week. They're skating with the confidence of world champions. Let's watch and see what happens.
With that element complete, they're going to skate an absolutely fabulous program here this evening. See more than just the Canadian stand for this performance. I thought it was probably the finest I have ever seen Isabelle and Lloyd skate, and I think we're going to see some marks that are going to reflect this performance that are going to put them in first place.
Oh, José Picard is delighted, and every Canadian in the Olympia Hala is on their feet for Lloyd Eisler and Isabelle Brassaeur.
They looked like they were having just a fantastic time out there. Lloyd had a smile on his face through the whole number.
This is the type of program that when it works, it really works. It wins over the audience in a really big way.
Here's a look at their double twist. Look at the height on that. Herb has enough time to slap his hands at his side and then set her down. Wow.
Showing no ill effects of that big knee brace that he'll have to wear for the next 2 years. It's a hockey injury suffered in December. And he does have the thick brace on, but no problems landing that jump.
No, that double axel was an element. If there's going to be one that gives him trouble, that would have been it, and they just nailed it.
They did not skate really a full program, and here come the marks, and they are outstanding. The first set of marks, as you can see, are better than the Soviet couple, Mishkatunik and Dmitriev. Six first-place marks.
I'd be interested to ask two of those judges why they only gave them 5 6s, because everything they did I thought was absolutely outstanding.
And there are the second set of marks. They're even better. 5 9s from Great Britain, Switzerland, and the German judge. And Brassaeur and Eisler move into first place in the pairs competition. Right now, Brassaeur and Eisler are on top of the world. Back with more of the pairs competition from Munich in a moment. Here are the reigning Soviet champions, Eugenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov. Eugenia 18. Vadim turns 22 next month. They're from Leningrad, third at the European Championships.
An interesting sidebar about this team is that they, as long as Mishkatuniak and Dmitriev, train with the same coach, world-famous pair coach Tamara Moscovina.
Oh, she had a problem with the double axel, put her hand down. There will be a deduction for that. I think it's interesting when a team can change tempos as they've just done from the slow to the fast, and it gives the skater an opportunity to change moods. And if you can accomplish it in the short program, that proves you've got a real command of your music.
Shishkova and Vadim Naumov of the Soviet Union. That's a heavy mantle to wear, Soviet champions, especially for a young pair like this who have never been to the Worlds before.
It certainly is. I can remember my first Worlds, Chris. I came in not knowing what to expect, and here they are coming into their first Worlds as the Russian champions, and there's always a lot expected of you.
Here's a look at the double axel jumps. As you can see, she doesn't quite get the height on the jump, and it is forced to put her hand down on the landing.
A nice variation in a hip axle lift here, and it can demonstrate a lot of speed and flow here as they cover a lot of ice with this lift from one end of the rink to the other.
At the European Championships, it seemed like nerves got the best of them. They came in as the Soviet champions, but they really never were in contention against their other two pairs from the Soviet Union. This was a better performance, but Barb, probably not good enough to contend.
I don't think so. I thought Herbie and Isabel were far greater than this team. They were just so much more exciting. I really think that this team will be up there, but I don't think that it's going to be a decision between first or second.
Well, there are a lot of Canadians in the audience, and it's tough to judge because the Canadians were so overwhelming in their support for Brassaeur and Eisler, but it seemed to me that they didn't do much for the audience here in the Olympia Hall.
No, it was a type of program that was well skated, solid, but needs experience.
And here are the marks, and I think lower than they anticipated. Down to a 4.9 from the German judge, and Shishkova and Naumov may not be in the top 3 with marks like that. Here are the presentation marks, the second set of marks for the Soviet champions. And they are considerably higher. However, for the most part, 4th place marks at this point for Shishkova and Naumov, the Soviet champs. Right now, let's go to Brian Williams. Standing by with the national champions of Canada.
Go. Isabel Lloyd, congratulations. Everywhere I've gone in Munich, they say Brassaeur and Eisler are the team to beat. That's a different story than when you went into Halifax. Has it put extra pressure on you?
Maybe a little bit, but we just try to not think about it, and what we try to do is come to Worlds like we did last year and have fun and skate the best we can, and no matter where we come. So that's all we wanted to do, and I think we did really good, at least in the short.
You did really good indeed. Now, all right, if it hasn't put pressure on you being the ones to beat, you had a hockey injury of all things around Christmas, crashed into a goalpost. How about recuperating? Has that maybe helped you in an odd way?
I think in some strange way, Brian, it's helped us because Isabel has had to sort of pick up a little bit more of the slack because I couldn't do a lot, and it made her a lot stronger. And I think over the last few months, she's improved even more than she did in the last year, which is making us as a team a whole lot better. And I think now even more we look like a team, and that people are saying, oh, they're the ones to beat, and I think it's because of Isabel having to work harder.
Medals are tomorrow night. Could it have been any better for you this evening, or is this exactly where you wanted to be?
This is exactly where we want to be. We skated well, and we don't really care where we end up, so we're happy.
All right, good luck tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Here are 2 contenders to the gold medal that Brassaeur and Eisler covet. Yelena Bechky and Denis Petrov of the Soviet Union. They actually beat the Canadian pair at the NHK event this year in Japan.
An interesting sidebar about this team is that they train with Mishkutuniuk and Dmitriev in Leningrad with the world-famous pair coach Tamara Moscovina.
They are very well known for their strong short programs in the past. Double twist, but it just didn't have the height of Lloyd and Isabel's. And here are the double axels. Very solid.
Also have got excellent unison, which in pair skating is absolutely paramount to be a world-class competitor. That was a very strong short program, but somehow
it seemed to lack the speed and the flow that Lloyd and Isabel had.
I'd have to say the thing that struck me about it was the fact that, as Barb mentioned, a strong program, but it didn't exactly involve the audience here. It didn't reach out across those boards and make the audience want to really feel a part of this program. Nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges viewed it.
They were the '89 bronze medalists, did not compete in Halifax. You're right about their strength in the original program, in that they finished first in the Europeans in Sofia after the original program, and also at the Soviet Nationals. Their problem has been the long program.
I think their strength in the short program does come from a number of years of competing at this level. This team medaled at Europeans as early as 1986.
Here's a look at the double axles. Nice unison going in. Great height and very solid landings.
5.7.
And the first set of marks are now being recorded, and there they are. The Italian judge 5.3, the American 5.8, the rest in between for Betsky and Petrov. And I think the second set of marks will be very interesting.
5.6, 5.7.
Here are the presentation marks, and they're a little bit higher. Not as high as Brassaeur and Eisler, nor Mishkatunik and Dmitriev. So Betsky and Petrov right now are in third place. And we'll have more from Munich in the World Figure Skating Championships after this. They are the national champions.
She singled out on the double axle. That'll cost them.
As I watch this program, I'm having a very difficult time trying to examine and make a comment on the unison of the pair, because I find myself somewhat distracted by the sharp contrast in the costume. I find it distracting, and I can't get a good feel as to just how good the unison really is.
One of their better elements. The combination spin is very interesting.
Well, the partisan crowd here at the Olympia Hall certainly enjoyed the performance of Glazer and Pringle. They were 12th in Halifax, 6th at the Europeans in Sofia.
In watching the balance of the program after making my comment about the costume, I finally figured out what it is I'm missing, and that's he's disappearing into the ice. The costume's the same color as the ice.
Just look at the double axles, and you can see that she leaves one rotation out, singles out. That will definitely cost them.
As you can see from this overhead, it's very difficult to see where his leg is because it is really disappearing into the color of the ice.
He also has a real problem with that spin as well.
Anushka's a language student. Stefan Frengel's 27 years of age, and he is a med student when he's not skating.
I think we're looking at a team who has got to have a little bit more time behind them before they have any chance of moving and becoming a serious contender in this event. You can tell by the look on her face that she realizes she's made a major mistake, is not very pleased with it, but all in all, not a bad outing.
Here are the first set of marks for this pair that train in Mannheim. The Czech judge gives them a 4.4, the Japanese judge a 4.3, and you can hear the whistles of disapproval from the crowd here at the Olympia Hall. Let's see if the presentation marks are higher. Well, for the German fans, for the most part, that's more like it. Up to a 5.4 from the Swiss and Polish judge. Glazer and Frengel are currently in 8th place, and we'll be back with more from Munich after this.
Republic of Germany.
Well, a disappointment for the German fans is that their national champions Mandy Wutzel and Axel Rauschenbach missed the competition because of illness. This is the second of the German-ranked pairs, Peggy Schwartz and Alexander Koenig.
This team has been competing for East Germany for all of their career, and now this is the first time they'll be competing for the United Germany.
Nicely executed lift, but relative to the others, it did not have the degree of difficulty that we've seen in some of the higher ranked teams here this evening.
I think she touched down on her jump there at the very end.
Watching them skate, I almost feel as though this team has got greater potential and greater talent than the music is letting them show us. They almost appear to be holding back to stay with the music. And I think we could see possibly a stronger program if they had a selection of music that they had to skate up to. Peggy Schwartz and Alexander Koenig of Berlin. I thought it was a well-skated program. The thing that struck me about it sitting here at the end of the rink is that it was plain to see that this program took place really in the center of the rink. There was not much movement out to the boards and cross-ice coverage. It simply moved up and down the long axis of the arena.
As well, there will be a deduction for the double axel. She clearly tapped her toe down on the landing. And here we have a look at that.
6 Minuten Einlauf für die letzte Gruppe. 6 Minuten.
This pair has plenty of experience, though. They were at the Olympics in Calgary in 1988, finishing 7th, and in '89 at the World Championships, they were 4th.
It was nice to see them go out there and lay this program down, because in past she has had some problem dealing with the event, the big day. When it came to putting it out when she needed to, she often had difficulty with it.
And here are the first set of marks for Schwartz and Koenig, and the marks for required elements are 5 threes and a 5-5 from the British judge. So they certainly garner better marks than their German teammates. Let's find out how the presentation marks are. They are across the board. So Schwartz and Koenig move into 5th place. They move ahead of Shishkova and Navov of the Soviet Union, and also Ball and Bombardier of Canada. We are now preparing for Canada's Christine Huff and Doug Ledre. They are next when CBC's coverage of the 1991 World Figure Skating Championships continues from Munich.
Next pair.
Welcome back to the Olympia Halle in Munich as we prepare for Christine Huff and Doug Ledre. The most gripping story of the Nationals was how Christine lived up to her nickname Tuffy. They suffered that horrendous fall early in their long program, regrouped, placed 2nd. They're here, and really the door is open for them to move into the top 3, Barb.
The door is wide open, and this is one of my personal favorites. Let's see how it goes. Christine singled out of the double Lutz. That's definitely going to cost them there.
Especially in light of the fact that the majority of the top skaters here are doing double axles in this short program, which is a considerably more difficult element than the double Lutz they just tried. As you can tell, this program has got a slightly different humor to it. It's something different that nobody else here has tried, and it's going to be interesting to see if the judges appreciate the little bit of humor that they've tried to inject in this short program. As you watch the animation on their faces throughout this program, you can't help but warm up to this team. They go out there and attempt to have a really good time, obviously doing it. That's something that they truly love to do, and that's skate.
Well, I love the program, but I just think that they're going to be pretty disappointed with the marks. There has to be a deduction for the missed element.
Well, there's a sea of red here cheering them on, that's for sure. 21-year-old Christine Huff and 29-year-old Doug Ledre.
Here in the replay, we can see that Christine really didn't get a nice setup into that jump. She obviously felt rushed and tried to do it sooner than she probably would have liked.
Now the question, how much will the judges punish them for that?
Well, it's been an interesting evening in that department, Chris, because we've seen some errors that we thought might have received bigger deductions than actually happened, and it'll be up to the judges to decide.
Their best finish at the World Championships was last year in Halifax when they finished 6th. They didn't qualify for Worlds the year before, and Doug said he did a slow burn watching the World Championships on TV from Paris.
There's nothing like missing out on a World Championship than to get you really going and want you to get out there and train harder so that you make that team next year and the opportunity to skate at a World Championships.
You can see the disappointment on Christine's face.
It obviously wasn't the program that they hoped for, but I'm hoping that some marks are going to come up that are going to at least keep them in the hunt for the long program.
Kept going through the rest of it. Yeah, it was fun.
That's their coach and Christine's stepfather, Kerry Leach. The leaders, Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler. And here are the first set of marks for Huff and Ledre, and they are disappointing. The Czech judge 4.5, 4.7, 4.7. And as you can see, those marks for the required elements are quite low.
They're very low. Let's hope that the next set of marks are much higher.
This set of marks is considerably higher, Chris, and you have to remember that in the short program, one cannot afford to miss an element, or you end up getting a set of marks that we've just seen for Christine and Doug in the technical end of the marking.
Quite a discrepancy. We've got a 5.7 for the British judge, yet 3 5.0s. For Huff and Ledre, they will be 9th, and that's behind their teammates Ball and Bombardier. This is the defending Czech champions, Radka Kovarakova, who's 15, and Renny Novotny, 27-year-old. They were 4th at the European Championships, last year 8th in Halifax.
They're also typically very strong short program skaters.
As I watch Radka, I can't help but be impressed by what a wonderful feminine presence she has on the ice. She almost looks like a dancer, a ballerina type air to her that is not often seen out here in the pair event. help but be impressed by this young girl's presence on the ice. As young as she is, she goes out there with a maturity that often comes after only a number of years of competing at this level.
She almost reminds me of a Soviet dancer. She has real grace and pointed toes.
It's such a nice thing to see in the pair event because it's not often a characteristic of female pair skaters.
And she just turned 15 2 weeks ago. Now, we mentioned the door had been open for Huff and Ledre. Certainly the same thing applies to this pair.
Absolutely. With a performance like that, I think we can look for them to place most certainly in the top 10, just where we'll have to wait and see.
Last year in Halifax, they were 8th at the World Championships. They're the two-time Czechoslovakian national champions. I'm interested in the difference in age. Her just turning 15 and he's 27.
Well, it's something that you sometimes see in pair skating when a male skater who has some experience is looking for a younger, lighter girl, which will enable them to execute some of the more difficult moves in pair skating that can only be done successfully with a partner who's younger and hasn't matured yet and put on as much weight as a more mature female skater does.
You better watch yourself there. You could get into trouble.
I know.
Well, the judges are certainly taking their time with the marks for Kovarakova and Novotny. They are ready, and now so are we. And it'll be interesting to see where they place this Czechoslovakian couple.
A really nice set of marks there.
I was hoping that this team would place in the top 10. With that first set of marks, they have the potential to move possibly into the top 5.
This will be the critical marks then for Radka Kovarakova and her partner, and there they are. They do move up. 5-7 from the British judge, and that is a third-place mark from the British judge. And overall, that's enough to put them into 5th place, so a great showing by the Czechs. We'll be back with more from the World Championships in Munich in a moment. Welcome back to the Olympia Halle in Munich, where it's been a great night for the Canadian pairs. Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler lead the way after the original program, and 3 Canadians in the top 10.
It was an incredible night tonight for Lloyd Eisler and Isabelle Brassaeur. They opened with an explosive double twist, 2 gorgeous double axels, and sailed through from there. They were incredible tonight.
The rest of our Canadian team also did us proud. We've now got 3 teams in the top 10, with Ball and Bombardier finishing 8th, Huff and Ledre 10th. We go into the long program looking stronger than we've ever looked before.
And Brassaeur and Eisler will skate for gold tomorrow. Brian?
All right, Chris, so the last Canadians to win gold in the pairs, Barb Underhill and Paul Martini, when the World Championships were in Ottawa in 1984. In addition to the pairs tomorrow night, we get our first look at the men's singles competition. The men's original program is tomorrow. The maximum 3 Canadians entered here, of course, led by Kurt Browning. Browning will be trying for an unprecedented 3rd consecutive World Championship. The other Canadians in the men's original program tomorrow, Elvis Stoyko from Richmond Hill, Ontario. He with the great name and the great performance last year in Halifax, a definite threat this year. And Michael Slipchuk, who skates with Browning in Edmonton. So it should be a big night when we return here tomorrow night. The pairs medals will be awarded. Eisler and Brassaeur in a position to win gold, and the men's original program. And now, for Chris Cuthbert, Barbara Underhill, and Paul Martini, I'm Brian Williams saying so long, everyone, from the World Championships in Munich, Germany.
Well, I certainly don't envy the task of the judges having to decide between Kurt Browning and Viktor Petrenko. There's such a fine line between the two. But now let's turn our attention to the pairs competition, because it could be an historic night for Lloyd Eisler and Isabelle Brassaeur.
Well, we're all hoping it'll be a great night for Lloyd and Isabelle, and they are more confident than ever going into this long program this evening. And I also think that they have the strongest program here tonight, and if they hit it, I think there's no problem. They can win it.
Chris, I thought the strength of the pairs event was evident last night when Christine Huff and Doug Ledre made one mistake, but as a result find themselves in 10th place going into this long. The biggest surprise of the evening was perhaps Stacy Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier, who put in an excellent outing and as a result find themselves in 8th place going into tonight's long program.
Brassaeur and Eisler will skate last tonight. Right now, we join Huff and Ledre. What a dramatic way to begin. Christine and Doug skating their first competitive long program since that frightening fall in Saskatoon. Now, is that on their minds right now, or is that the furthest thing from their mind?
Well, I'm sure that's something that they can't forget, but I also don't think that they'll make the same mistake again.
Currently in 10th place.
Building for that triple twist now.
A little tight on the landing, but nonetheless nicely executed. I think Christine and Doug can take confidence in knowing that if they skate this long program well, they're going to move up in the standings here tonight.
Christine missed last night, the double Lutz. Nice.
A sharp contrast to the humor they had in last night's short program, and I think that's a good sign. It shows versatility in a pair, and I think that's one of the things that the judges are looking for.
Side triple toe loops.
They both had a little bit of trouble on it, but nonetheless, it doesn't upset the flow of the program too badly at all.
With the landing of the throw double axel, I'm surprised. She usually does that element perfectly.
There's a situation where you're attempting a very difficult element at almost the 4-minute mark of a program. And I have to wonder if they couldn't have placed that element a little bit earlier, when they would have been a little bit fresher and a better chance of executing it. In watching Christine, did you get the feeling that she really wasn't on top of those throws?
I really did, Paul, but I also think that this was very difficult for them tonight, coming off such a disappointing short program last night. It almost reminds us of, it almost reminds me of us in Sarajevo.
Well, the Canadian fans throwing flowers on the ice for Christine Huff and Doug Ledre, who are 6th in Halifax. They're 10th here and certainly will not be able to achieve the same success as last year at the World Championships. But she certainly lives up to her nickname, Tuffy.
As Barb mentioned, when you come into an event such as this, having, as they have, placed 6th last year, you've got a goal of at least attaining that, if not something better. And it really does tend to take the wind out of your sails when you don't have a short program that goes as well as you'd like.
Here's a look at the throw triple Salchow. Christine just looked very far forward on the landing and couldn't hold it.
I did want to mention that last night you mentioned the comedic short program. It went over very big with the British, who were raving about it, and I was interested the British judge marked them so much higher than the rest. Obviously, it struck a chord with the British sense of humor, and tonight they showed their versatility in another way.
Well, I thought this was a very nice program. It suited Doug and Christine a lot. I just think that once they get the elements and the program together, they're going to have a great package.
They were the national champions in '88, 2nd in Canada in 1990 and '91. And the first set of marks, low 5s, 4.9 from the German judge, 4.8 from the judge from Japan.
5.2, 4.9.
And now the marks for artistic impression, all 5s, 5.1s, and 5.2s. The Japanese judge a 4.9. So Christine Huff and Doug Ledre are currently in 2nd place, trying to stay in the top 10. The young Canadians, Stacey Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier, are next when we return to the 91 Worlds in Munich after this.
Stacey Ball und Jean-Michel Bombardier, Canada.
Here are our surprising Canadians. 8th place, Stacey Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier. Just talked to Jean-Michel a few minutes ago, and he says he's nervous. When they came, they had nothing to lose, but all of a sudden they're in the top 10 and maybe could move up.
Well, they have a very dynamic opening planned. They're going to open with a triple twist, following it with a throw double axel into side-by-side double axels.
Well, Bob, they hit 2 of those 3 big elements. He seemed to have a little bit of trouble with the double axle of his own, but the first 2 elements were most impressive.
throw triple sow cow, and they chose to do a double. Is very close in height. They are able to create some natural leg lines, but I would like to see them actually go home and work a little bit on their unison. They seem to lose it at times, and they need to be more aware of where each other is at all times.
Them skate, I can't help but notice that they do have something going for them, which is very important, and that's Stacy's attitude. She's out there smiling, having a great time, and it comes through. It makes you feel comfortable with the team, and it shows confidence.
Well, I think they were surprised to even be here at the World Championships. I think they put on a great performance for their first Worlds.
It really is fun to watch a couple of young skaters emerge here, and they really did seem relaxed on the ice, despite what Jean-Michel told us beforehand.
And even with the one mistake, you have to remember that one element a program does not make. I've seen a lot of people win titles and have a mistake, and I think that's something all skaters should remember.
Just look at their triple twist. A little tight on the landing, but it was landed very clean.
Stacy's 17 years of age, Jean-Michel's 20.
What we're seeing here is the missed element, but I have to admit, Barb, that trying to do what they're attempting here is indeed very, very difficult.
It is very difficult. Stacy had no problem with her double axel. I think Jean-Michel was just a little bit out of position going into his.
There's their coach, Jose Picard, and she seemed delighted. Stacy still got that smile on her face.
Salut Lynn. Salut Daniel. Merci.
First, Jose also coaches Brassaeur and Eisler. Here come the marks for Ball and Bombardier. The first set of marks, 5 2s, 5 3s. Canadian fans would have liked to see a little higher.
I think the reason why we're seeing these marks is because some of their pair moves just do not have the difficulty that those above them have. And that's something that's only going to come with experience.
Well, I think they need a chance to develop more as a team instead of 2 individual skaters, and I think that will come with time.
Marks for artistic impression, 5 1s up to 5 4s. And so, Stacy Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier right now in 3rd place. Later, Eisler and Brassaeur skate for gold as CBC's coverage of the 1991 World Figure Skating Championships continues.
USA, United States.
In contention for a medal here from the United States, the American champions, 14-year-old Natasha Kuchicki and Todd Sand, a 27-year-old. They're both from California.
I think they're probably very surprised to be sitting in 4th place right now. But there's no pressure on them here. They can just go for broke. They'll be opening with side-by-side double axles.
was interesting, Barb, in that he had landed the jump and then appeared to have the difficulty.
Triple twist had a little bit of a hard time getting around, but it was landed. That was a nice throw triple loop. She did touch down on the ice, but it was a landed throw. Todd and Natasha had a disastrous showing at the U.S. Nationals. I think they remember that, and so they're just going out here and they're giving it all they've got.
Developing a nice rapport between themselves, and that probably has a lot to do with their coach John Nix, who did coach 1979 world champions Ty Babylonia and Randy Gardner. The strength with which they finished this program. Todd has had a history of back problems, which I know has interrupted their training schedules at various points. And to skate this strongly, I think, is a sign of two really determined individuals.
Before the competition, and you can see the Americans are delighted with the performance of this pair. He said he felt that in the near future they might be ready to contend for medals, but I don't think he anticipated they'd be this close this soon.
No, I think it was a pleasant surprise that they placed as high as they did after this short. As you can see, he's extremely pleased with the performance, and they have every right to be. Very few mistakes and a nice, strong finish. I was especially impressed by where they put in that throw triple sow.
Here's a look at the double axles. You can see they are quite far apart. He lands low and touches the ice, but he manages to stay on one foot there. And this was the second double axel that they tried, and this one was much nicer. Very nice unison on that.
Natasha was the youngest competitor last year at Halifax at age 13. Both her parents are skaters. Her father, a former Japanese national champion. And here are the first set of marks. 5.5s for the most part. A 5.4 from the Japanese judge, up to 5.7s for Kachiki and Sand of the United States.
That's not a bad mark at the World Championships.
Now the artistic impressions, and you can hear their coach congratulating them. There they are, 5.5s, 5.6s, 7s, and a 5.4 again from the Japanese judge. So right now, Kachiki and Sand of the United States are the leaders. They ensure themselves of at least a 4th place finish. Still ahead, Brassaeur and Eisler's main rivals, the European champions, Mishkatinik and Dmitriev, when we return to Munich in the 1991 World Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back to Munich. And here are the main challengers for Brassaeur and Eisler, the European champions, Natalia Mishkatinik and Artur Dmitriev. If you saw our show from Sofia, you know their long program is a beautiful one.
It is, and you're going to see a real contrast in styles between this program and Lloyd and Isabel's. This is elegant and beautiful, whereas Lloyd and Isabel's will be powerful and dynamic. Side-by-side triple toe loops. And a beautiful triple twist. It doesn't quite have the height of Lloyd and Isabel's, but it was beautiful nonetheless. And here's the throw triple toe. This is a very good opening for them.
Every step, every arm movement flows into the next. It's like perpetual motion. It's just beautiful to watch it flow across the ice.
Nice. They are on tonight.
To watch this team at Europeans. I sense tonight a much more aggressive pair of skaters out there, as though they really want this title.
Paul, although they won the Europeans with their long program, there was a mistake in Sofia, but this has been virtually flawless.
As you can see, Natalia has unbelievable flexibility, and they're able to come up with some really interesting moves because of that flexibility.
They're already getting on their feet here in Munich.
Absolutely outstanding performance. This crowd is on its feet. They have come to skate tonight, and they put on a show that is going to have to be topped by Isabel and Lloyd by one of at least equal caliber and determination.
I don't know about you, but that ending just gave me the chills. It was just beautiful.
Natalia Mishkatunik and Artur Dmitriev, perhaps the loudest ovation we've heard so far.
The whole look was just fabulous. The skaters, it almost looked like they could feel each string as it was played by the orchestra, and they just worked it for all they had in them.
Apparently they don't give out standing ovations in the Soviet Union, but this pair earned one at the national championships this year. Well, the long program carries the most weight, so the pressure will be on Brassaeur and Eisler.
Here's a look at their double axles. Very nice.
March for technical merit. A 5.7 from the Japanese judge. The rest are 5.8s, and the crowd is unhappy.
Well, they have to remember that the current leaders are yet to skate. So judges have to leave themselves some room at the top if they skate well enough to be awarded first place marks.
Here are the second set of marks. They have to leave room. They have, but not much. Look at those 5.9s.
Lloyd and Isabel will have to put on the performance of their life this evening to beat this performance.
The Soviets have certainly put the pressure on Brassaeur and Eisler. The Canadians skate in quest of their first world title when we return to Munich after this.
A great comeback, a silver medal, the story in Halifax for Isabel Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler. Crushed by failure in Paris in '89, they worked hard to overcome adversity. For Lloyd, it justified his return to skating after retiring 3 years earlier.
It's often hard to find a girl that wants to be thrown around like a doll and trusting the boy. I also think that there's not a lot of boys out there that are skating that are big enough to do pairs.
If you want to succeed in pairs, you have to have a big difference. To do all those tricks, to do all those lifts, and even to do everything in pairs. I think if we look at the Russian today, they all have that difference. Well, most of them does. And last year we were second in the world, and we looked at the podium, and all the girls were almost the same height, and all the guys were almost the same height.
The strength of Brassaeur and Eisler is in their lifts. Undisputably, they have the best lifts in the world.
I think with lifts, they're still getting, they're still evolving, because there's a lot of things that, with rule changes every year, that you can push the legality of everything just a little bit further. And I think the more and more you see pairs have a sort of a longer period together, they have a more chance of coming up with ideas that are going to be dangerous.
Yes, sometimes it does. You know, the first day we started skating together, we did the triple twist, we call, and I went so high that my heart, when I went down, it went, and I went going, wow, this is like roller coaster.
Lloyd is an all-round athlete. His love for playing hockey almost ended his skating career. Although he scored on a breakaway in a pickup game in December, he would crash his knee into a goalpost and now must wear a brace. There will be an operation in June. For coaches Eric Gillies and Jose Picard, it was heart attack time, but Josie knows how to handle the pair.
Basically, what you have to do is just work the psychological side more than the physical side, if you want. I mean, they need help on some techniques or some things that doesn't work because it doesn't have the right timing or whatever. But it's basically all elements that they can do. It's just a matter of getting them to be in the right frame of mind in order to be able to do them all.
Lloyd's physical strength is a huge plus for the pair, but he's had some concerns at the start.
When I got to Isabel, she was so small that there were so many things that we could do. All it took was a little convincing to get Isabel to try it, because a lot of the things we do, you wouldn't get a lot of teams even trying, because the girl would just say, no, I'm not going to do that, because the boy, for one, isn't going to be stable enough, and two, doesn't trust the boy enough to do things like that.
I went and I saw him and I go, oh, he's pretty big. And then I said, I'm going to be scared doing lifts or throws with him. And then we just started really slowly to do, lifts someplace and throws really that he was not throwing me at all because he's so big. So I think we went up, really slowly, and I got really used to it, and now it's pretty good. Sometimes I get scared a little bit doing lifts, especially when we do the triple lateral twist. Every time I go to do it, my heart goes boom, 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 and I get really nervous. But we're pretty lucky because I think Florida is pretty big and nothing really happened bad to us in lifts, and it's like I'm flying in the air, and I don't think, even the triple lateral twist, like I get scared doing it, but I like doing it really because it's a different feeling than every other lifts. So I get scared a little bit, but I like it.
Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler, Canada's best, possibly the world's best in pairs figure skating.
Und jetzt, meine Damen und Herren, das letzte Paar. Last pair.
Well, here they are.
Isabelle
An
Brassaeur.
unlikely union a couple of years ago, as their coach Jose Picard explained last night. Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler skating for their first world title, but they know the task at hand.
Well, I think they know that they're going to need to perform a very clean performance this evening.
She just gave him a big smile as if this is going to be a piece of cake.
Here come the side-by-side double axel. And they nailed them. Great.
Great an opening as any pair we've seen here tonight.
gorgeous one-arm press starlet. And of all the men skating here, watch Lloyd Eisler's feet. He has by far the cleanest feet of any man skating in this competition.
One more very difficult element, the throat triple Salchow. Beautiful.
They're 1 minute away.
Barb, I don't know about you, but I think I can remember the feelings that they're feeling right now.
I don't think they could have possibly skated any better this evening.
There were moments out there where they just knew they were on. They knew it was going to be a happening, and they put it down.
This building has exploded. It's in the judges' hands now, but that looked like a gold medal skate.
As that program went along, I felt they got more confident, skated stronger, and just put on an absolutely outstanding performance. Probably the best of their lives.
Well, Lloyd's dad has just continued the tradition of sending the hat out onto the ice. #1 rank coming in, and we'll find out if that's the way they leave.
Here's a look at the side-by-side double axles. A crucial Paul, I can't believe we missed this. Lloyd did a single axle.
Barb, I don't know about you, but I'm always so busy watching Isabel do her jumps because she's the one who usually has the difficulty with them.
I'm sure that everyone in this arena was watching Isabel, including us.
Now, I don't know if this is going to make the difference in this program or not, but here we're looking at a split triple twist. Nice height on this twist, but I just can't believe we missed that element.
Well, there's not much room for error because Mishkatunik and Dmitriev were virtually perfect.
And they were also very strong on their individual jumps. So this could mean the difference.
You can hear the marks being announced, and there they are. The first set, 5.7s, 5.8s, and 1.59 from the Polish judge. This is going to be very close, and I'm not sure they have enough. The artistic mark should be higher. Here they are. 2 5.9s, the rest are 5.7s and 5.8s. It's not enough.
Chris, you're right. There just isn't enough marks there to put them into first place. I mean, I don't think that they could have skated any better. They did an absolutely excellent performance aside from that axle, but I guess maybe that was the difference.
Well, Isabel not showing any disappointment on her face. You wonder about Lloyd's bad knee. He will undergo surgery in June to repair the ligaments in his left knee. That hockey mishap in the holidays over Christmas. It's rather stunning because they ignited this building only to finish second. We'll be back with the medal presentations after this. Welcome back to the Olympia Halle in Munich for the medal presentation for the pairs competition. It was not gold for Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler of Canada for the 7th consecutive year. The Soviet pair has won the World Championship. What a performance by Natalia Mishkatunik and Artur Dmitriev as they edge out Brassaeur and Eisler for the gold medal. And a surprise bronze medal performance by the Americans, Natasha Kachicki and Todd Sand. Olaf Paulsen, the president of the International Skating Union, presenting the gold medals to Mishkatunik and Dmitriev. Interesting that Isabelle, as soon as she got off the ice and heard the mark, she said, well, we'll get them in Albertville. She could take some consolation. Her teammates in Boucherville, Stacy Ball and Jean-Michel Bombardier, did a wonderful job in their first World Championships, placing 8th. Christine Huff and Doug Ledre, the other Canadian pair, placed 11th. But this day belonged to the Soviets. Natalia Mishkatunik and Artur Dmitriev. They are the world champions for 1991. Brian Williams will talk to Brassaeur and Eisler when we return to the 1991 World Championships in Munich.
Welcome back to the Olympia Halle in Munich. Experts here are saying it is the greatest pairs final in perhaps 20 years. Isabelle, I know you're a bit disappointed, but you told me all week, I just want to skate my best. It seems to me you did that tonight.
Yes, I think we skated really good, and I guess we have to be happy with our second place. Anybody here would be happy with the second place, so we'll be happy, and we're happy with the way we skate, so that's the main thing.
Lloyd, you have that hockey injury crashing into the goalpost at Christmas. You did a single when you were side-by-side to Isabelle's double.
Right.
Was the leg bothering you?
No, not at all. I think just going into it, I just was trying a little bit too hard all week because I knew Isabelle was going to do hers because she'd been missing it, so this would be the time that she'd landed, and I just put a little bit too much energy into it and popped it, but no problem with my knee.
All right, it's been a long road for both of you, you in particular with 4 partners. Now what do? Do you focus on Albertville?
Oh, I think so. I think no one can take away our second place here. I mean, we proved 2 years in a row that last year wasn't a fluke. We were back this year giving it our best shot, and I think Artur and Natalie skated perfect. I mean, the odds of them skating that good again are going to be tough. We know we can do a little better, so if we skate a little bit better in Albertville, then hopefully the gold will be ours and they'll have to settle for silver.
A great performance, a great final. I know Canadian fans say congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So another great performance by Isabelle and Lloyd, but let's take nothing away from the Soviets. Mishkatunik and Dmitriev as close to perfect as you can get in winning the gold tonight. Just a reminder, tomorrow night, Kurt Browning tries to make it 3 in a row. And now for Chris Cuthbert, Barbara Underhill, and Paul Martini, I'm Brian Williams. Good night. The Olympia Halle in Munich, Germany, site of the 1972 Summer Games. Back in '72, it was the Velodrome. This week, transformed into a spectacular ice facility for these World Championships. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to CBC's continuing coverage, our second night of prime time coverage, and tonight should be special. The men get underway in their quest for gold, and of course, all eyes in Canada will be on Kurt Browning. Browning trying to win the gold medal at the World Championships for the 3rd year in a row. Now remember, in addition to Browning, there are 2 other men skating for Canada in the singles in the original program tonight. They are Elvis Stoico from Richmond Hill, Ontario, and Browning's Edmonton teammate, Michael Slipchuk. No question, though, the focus tonight in our telecast is going to be the pairs and the free skating portion of that event. The reason is Isabelle Brassaeur and Lloyd Eisler are the leaders heading into tonight's free portion. Should they win, they will join a long and distinguished list of Canadian pairs champions. Francis Defoe and Norris Bowden, Barbara Wagner and Robert Paul, of course Otto and Maria Jelinek, their triumphant return to Czechoslovakia, and most recently in 1984 in Ottawa, Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini. Now, speaking of Barb and Paul, they are standing by right now with Chris Cuthbert. Chris?
Brian, we're looking forward to the performance of Brassaeur and Eisler tonight, but right now our focus is the men's original program. It seems that so many great champions have had great challengers to push them, and that's the case for Kurt Browning being pushed by Viktor Petrenko.
Well, certainly everyone knows that this original program centers around Kurt and Viktor. Technically, they are equals. Artistically, they are opposites. Viktor is a strong classical skater, and Kurt is the dynamic and exciting skater. And if both skaters complete all the 8 required elements, it's going to come down to a competition between 2 very contrasting styles.
Paul, Kurt isn't the only Canadian who could be a factor here.
That's right, Chris. With Elvis Stoico and Michael Slipchuk behind Kurt Browning, we have the potential to match the pairs' performances of last night by putting 3 men in the top 10, which in a field of 34 is going to be quite an accomplishment.
They'll be on later on, but now we go live to the very first skater in the original program from the United States, from Boston. Here's Paul Wiley. Wonderfully imaginative performer, Paul, but in the past has had doubts. Here's his double combination now. Triple axel, and he fell off it a little bit, I'm afraid.
Well, that should have been triple axel double toe loop. Triple axel was a little bit swingy, making it very difficult to put the double toe loop on the end. There'll be deductions made there. And here's the solo triple jump, triple lutz again, not a clean landing. Now all the skaters have to perform one triple jump, preceded by some intricate step work.
So there'll be about 0.6 off for those two mistakes. And Paul Wiley, yet again, has let himself down on the big occasion. It's such a shame because the man is a beautiful performer.
Well, this is his first step sequence. Serpentine step, covering the ice well and interpreting the music. Now this is the combination spin.
Down again, and this, I'm afraid, on the double axel has been a really withering performance from Paul Wiley.
Well, that's quite unbelievable, Simon. That's one of the easiest jumps for Paul. Double axel, only 2.5 turns in the air, and he'll want to put this performance behind him.
Well, that's not a great start for the United States. Later on, they have Christopher Bowman and Todd Eldredge, who has a very strong chance, too, of winning a medal here. But I'm afraid Paul Wiley, who had an outside chance of a medal, that has gone already, and that 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Here's how it started.
Well, this is a triple axel, 3.5 turns, only just made the rotation, couldn't get the free leg back, and he put a hop in between the two jumps, so there's deductions there, and was unable to land the double toe loop correctly. This is a triple lutz, back outside edge on the left foot, pulls off that right toe pick, 3 turns in the air, really didn't get his weight over the skate, and again, didn't make the full rotation. So more deductions there, and the double axel at the end of the program. Well, his confidence must have been shattered by this point, because this is a very uncharacteristic mistake from him. Just 2.5 turns. Look at that, opening out in the middle. Well, he'll want to forget this. This is one of those occasions when you just want the music to stop, for the ground to open, and for you to disappear.
And you've seen him on so many occasions, Chris. He's an absolutely staggering performer when it goes well. Seems to thrive on the audience participation, really getting to him and him responding to that. And of course, when you start so badly, the audience don't respond and there's nothing there for the rest of the program.
Well, of course, he's early on in the running order as well, so there's not much atmosphere in this stadium yet. First skater, it's never easy to start a competition like this. We've got a colossal field of skaters, and well, it's obvious the nerves just got to him there.
Now, just to put things in perspective, there are 2 sets of marks, first for the required elements, then for the composition of the program. And for the elements, what they do is they do the normal mark out of 6, and then they take away the deductions, and the deductions there just for those 3 jumps alone will be more than 1 point. So in effect, he's being marked out of about 5 rather than 6, probably 4.9. That's the most he could possibly get for the required elements. That's how bad that performance was. The mark's coming up now, but Paul has been around a long time and he knows what's in store. And there the marks for the elements, 3.9 up to 4.3. He doesn't need to look, he knows that he has to suffer. Even the American judge doesn't give any help. Margaret Weir, the American judge, Paul 10th last year, is going to have to do really well in the free program to get up in the top 10 this year. So 5-0 up to 5.3. Paul the first to go, and I'm afraid it was a disappointing performance from him. Now from Barcelona. Spain, obviously not one of the leading nations, but here is the man who won the national championships, Jordi Lafaga. Toe, double toe. A little bit wary of the barrier at the end there.
Well, he got mighty close to the barrier then.
Not sure about his jacket, Chris.
No, it should be attached, I think. It's looks a little bit untidy, flapping in the breeze there. The double axel, 2.5 turns in the air. Not a brilliant landing position.
Well, 30 nations in these World Championships, and some of them obviously have no chance of getting right to the very top, but a lot of experience, a lot of enjoyment. I remember watching Fernando Soria for years competing for Spain, and he had the time of his life out there, and I'm sure Miss Lafaga is having the same. Touchdown there on the triple salcho. That'll be 0.2 off.
Centered combination spin there to finish the program.
Well, he looked a little tight. Obviously the occasion getting to him. Not much expression, but several of the moves, although a little slow, were pretty competently done.
Yeah, technically he delivered the goods, not too many mistakes. A little bit dodgy in the landing of this combination. Got very close to the barrier. We look, the double cherry flip there, just unable to get out of that one. And here we see the double axel. 2.5 turns, not a very tight position in the air, landed on an inside edge, making it very difficult to get the free leg back and hold a good landing position. Well, he's got a very experienced coach, Alison Smith, who originally taught John Curry before he went to Carlo Fassi to win his Olympic gold, so she knows what it's all about. Yes. Here we see the triple salcho. Again, not a good position going into the jump, and that doesn't help you either make the rotation or sustain a good landing position.
And there is Alison Smith, who coaches Jordi at Haka, where they have the World Professional Championships. The marks for the elements, 3.1 up to 3.9. Not so much for the mistakes, but more for the way in which he was able to do them successfully. They weren't that stylishly done. For presentation, 3.5 up to 4.3. But not a bad debut for him, and he looks pretty relieved.
is attending his 4th World Championships. He's hoping to improve on last year's 11th place showing in Halifax. He also considers himself Canada's luck charm. In his 3 previous Worlds, a Canadian has won the World Championship with slipchuck in attendance.
Michael's first element is his combination, the triple axel double toe.
Unfortunately, it appears from here as though that jump, the first one, the triple axel, was over-rotated. I mean, that's one of the more difficult triples to do, and it's one that all the top competitors here are trying.
Triple toe.
I must say that in Michael's 4 years of attending the World Championships, his most improved aspect of his skating has been his level of performance. He really goes out there and tries to sell the program, get his audience involved, and make it look like he's having fun and enjoying his skating.
Well, I think he's really comfortable with this program. It's the 2nd year for this program, and it really seems to suit him. Stray cat strut he's skating to.
Aside from his one mistake in his jump combination, I thought he gave an excellent performance, and he looked really comfortable and really covered a lot of ice out there today.
I thought he almost relaxed after the first element was over. He knew he'd missed it, but he continued on, and he had a great performance after that.
Michael Slipchuk of the Royal Glenora in Edmonton. He was 3rd at the Nationals, but just getting over a bad case of strep throat.
Here's a look at the triple axel. He just didn't seem to get all the way around on the rotation. Unfortunate.
You have to remember here that in the short program, you have to attempt the element if you wish to get merit for it. So therefore, if you don't attempt the second jump, even though you've missed the first one in the combination, you won't get any marks for it.
He said he was at about 70% in Saskatoon, but he feels great now. He's had time to get in shape, and that should improve his long program from what we saw in Saskatoon.
Well, unfortunately, with the early draw as well, I think the marks are going to be a little bit lower than we had hoped.
And here are the first set of marks for Michael Slipchuk. There are 5s, but a 4.5 from the Japanese judge as well as the American judge. He talks it over with his coaches, Jan Ullmark on the right. We haven't caught him on the left. And the presentation marks are higher, 5 2s and 5 3s, but for the 2 scores in the 4s from the Japanese and American judge once again. Right now, early in the competition, Michael Slipchuk of Canada is in second.
Now, the most important skater so far from Odessa on the Black Sea, the bronze medalist for the last 2 years in the European Championships, Vyacheslav Zagorodnyuk. And his moment of truth will come very shortly. Triple axel, double toe loop, his combination. And he missed out the toe loop completely after the fall, so half a mark off.
Well, that was a monstrous triple axel, but seemed to really over-rotate that, not able to stop the rotation.
Just a double loop when it should have been a triple, and I'm afraid Vyacheslav has suffered. Sometimes that happens as you get yourself so pumped up, you can over-rotate.
That's right, it's possible to actually try too hard. You've got to just trust your feeling, let the skates do the work. Such a shame, because he promised so much. It's a good program, this.
World Junior Champion a couple of years ago, but seems to suffer from the nerves that plagued Viktor Petrenko about 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, there was actually another mistake there on that jump back sit spin, the free leg touchdown, so there'll be deductions for that as well. And another one.
And you can see that he's still thinking about the mistake early on.
Well, this year, of course, there's much more pressure on the original program, no compulsory figures. So the result of the original program gets you in a good skating order for the free skating part, which we'll be seeing later on in the week.
There's a whistle on the double axel. Well, it never went right from the first jump, the triple axel. Performed pretty well in Sofia to take that bronze medal, although even there it was slightly flawed performance, but this was the moment when things started to go wrong.
Well, here it is. Great height. 3.5 turns on the triple axel. Landed. Hips were back a little bit. Not able to save himself. So, a really hair-raising start at the beginning. Then this should have been triple loop. Doubled it out halfway through. Didn't really get the height. And didn't go into it with the conviction required to actually make 3 turns. Now, I'll tell you what, Simon, I wouldn't like to be judging this competition. So, with such a big entry, the judges are going to find themselves in the position, if they're not very careful, of not having anywhere to put some of the skaters a bit lower down in the field. I can imagine there'll be quite a lot of tied places at the end of this original program. There's the double axel. Very easy jump for him.
But Vyacheslav before this would have been looking for a place in the top 5, perhaps even a medal. And now really he'll be happy to get into the top 10 going into the free program. An awful moment this, you know this well, Chris.
Yeah, I've been there. So many other skaters, I'm sure. Happens to everybody.
And you have to sit there and suffer in public. There's not many sports where that happens.
No, it's an awful moment. All the friends back home, the family will be watching, I'm sure, and he knows they'll be as disappointed as he is.
3.9 up to 4.2, and for presentation, well, he should have been hoping for the top 5s really, but 4.9 up to 5.3, moves into 5th place at the moment, but about 20 skaters still to come. He'll be lucky to get into the top 10, and it hurts. And here's the runner-up in the World Junior Championships. also from the Soviet Union, 17 years old, from Leningrad. He comes with a tremendous reputation. Alexei Urmanov. Well, it was a bit off balance, but it just about worked.
I tell you what, that was sheer grim determination made him hang on to that one. That was almost a disaster. The landing of the triple axel, his left leg had got so far behind him. I don't know how he got the double cherry on the end of that. Good height on the flying back sit spin. That's what it's all about. You've got to hang on in there and almost do the impossible. Great courage.
Toe. Wearing the gloves, almost the same gloves too, that Alexander Fadeev used just a couple of years ago. The judges don't like props, but they seem to turn a blind eye to that.
Well, the idea is that the gloves accentuate all the hand movements, and I think in some cases it's good. I wouldn't like to see everybody wearing gloves, but it's nice to see the odd skater daring to be different. Good solid double axel. Well, he certainly covered the ice there. Barrier to barrier on the step sequence.
Well, that was a very strong performance, both physically and mentally, in his first World Championships. Physically, to hold on to that triple axel combination, and then right the way through mentally to show the strength that Zagorodnyuk couldn't.
Well, here we see that combination. Be interesting to see just where the left toe went in. Here we go, 3.5 turns in the air, comes out, the free leg went right round behind him. Look, struggling to hang on and still made 2 turns on the double cherry. Great courage, really hung on. That's what it's all about. Here's the double axel. Beautiful, 2.5 turns. Good knee bend on the landing, which of course helps him keep the speed on the running edge. And some interesting positions on the spins as well. Good originality through the program.
So Urmanov, bronze medalist in the Soviet Championships this year, behind Petrenko and Zagorodnyuk, now looks to be second best here going into the free. He should be way, way above Zagorodnyuk, which will be a very big surprise back in the Soviet Union.
5.2. 5.2.
And they're good marks in your first World Championships. Those are very impressive marks indeed. 5.1 up to 5.3.
5.1.
Now, if those are repeated, they could put him in a very strong position. Now for presentation.
5.2.
Very good. 2 5.1s, some 5.2s, 4 5.3s, no Soviet judge, but he doesn't matter because Alexei Urmanov has moved into the lead above Kajiyama. The South Korean champion Sung Il Jung, 21 years old, from Seoul. Big moment for this young man. Here's his combination, quite an ambitious one it is too. Not bad, triple Lutz, double toe. He had planned a triple toe at the end there, but I think he ran out of space.
Well, he managed the triple toe in the warm-up, but just didn't seem to have the confidence to do it when the time counted.
Figure skating very much in its embryo stages of development in South Korea, so the experience that Sung Il Jung will gather here invaluable.
Oh, that's a pity. First triple flip we've seen in this original programs, and not able to get out of that one. Good presentation throughout the program, which is going to prove very important, I think, at the end of this competition today, because we've seen many mistakes, and I'm sure there's going to be some skaters in the top 10 that didn't do a clean program. Well, there's the double axel.
Well, not quite as he'd wanted it, but that's all in the bank there. Terrific experience for someone taking part in his first World Championships, being beamed right around the world and back into his home country.
Well, here we see the triple Lutz. Should have been triple toe combination. Triple Lutz, 3 turns in the air, good position. He kept the speed well, because obviously to get a triple on the end, he needs lots of speed. Good check, but just made 2 turns, opened out early. Probably not quite enough height to make 3 turns on the second jump. Here's the triple flip, good check. Pulled the left shoulder back a little bit early, and on the way out, look, the left arm goes back, left shoulder went back, and was unable to stop the rotation. Spins were good. He has a good line and a good presentation through the program. I thought it was well choreographed, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of him.
Yes, there was a lot of class about the way he skated for someone in his first championships. A lot of manoeuvres in between the jumps, pretty impressive.
Yeah, he certainly seemed very confident. Wasn't scared to look at the audience and present all the steps and finish everything off properly. All round good performance. Just a pity about the 2 mistakes. There won't be any deductions for the combination. He just doubled out, but that's still allowed. But he will unfortunately be deducted for the triple jump, the triple toe salcho, which he over rotated.
Yes, 0.4 of a mark off for that. For the hand down there now. Let's see, Hun Kim, who trains him back in Seoul, looking up as we see the marks for all the elements, and they're not bad at all. 4.3 from the Yugoslav, who's been marking low right the way through. Right the way through the mid-4s, up to 4.9 from the Danish judge. And I don't think he'll suffer too much for presentation either. As you were saying, a pretty well presented performance. Yes, very impressive. Bulgarian marking low there, as well as the Yugoslav and the Japanese judge. But otherwise up to 5.3. He'll be happy with that.
Viktor Petrenko of the Soviet Union is getting his last-minute instructions. More from the World Figure Skating Championships in Munich after this.
Viktor
Petrenko of the Soviet Union is one skater who has taken the art of jumping to new heights. At ice level, it almost appears as if he's jumping over the boards, and he is the main challenger for Canada's Kurt Browning.
Chris, I'm extremely excited about this program because Viktor has an outstanding history of being a consistently strong short program skater.
Opening with the big combination, triple axel, triple toe loop.
Absolutely gorgeous combination.
The next jump will be a triple left. Perfect.
Even note the arm position of landing of that jump. He's got such control out there. Viktor attains such clean positions in his spins, and it's a nice feature that he has that not a lot of skaters have.
I find that every single move that he makes is a conscious effort, and he knows exactly where his body is at all times. Very controlled.
I thought it's the finest program we've seen here so far in this competition. Many people might say that Bizet's Carmen has been done before, but when you do it like this, you've got nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, he won the original program in Halifax, and he certainly has thrown down the gauntlet for Kurt Browning here. Standing ovation. And that includes this large contingent of Canadians. They love great skating, and we've just witnessed it.
The thing that is most impressive about this program is the package. From the minute he steps on the ice to the minute he finishes, it's a complete unit. It's what every skater strives for.
Here's a look at the combination, the triple axel, triple toe loop. Look at the height on that jump. Perfectly in control. And the triple toe loop, just gorgeous.
It had as much flow going in as it had coming out.
Even the position with the arms on the landing shows such control and such confidence.
Well, there's no doubt these are first place marks, and look at them, 5.8s and 5.9s for technical merit.
Well, this is going to be a really tough program to beat. Kurt's really going to have to pull one out of the hat today.
It's interesting, though. They have left room for Kurt. A lot of 5.8s there.
Oh, they must. You must remember that Kurt Browning is the defending world champion here.
And the second set of marks, the artistic marks, 5.9s, a 5.7 from the Canadian judge, Mary Pearson. 5.8s and 5.9s the rest of the way, undoubtedly the best original program we've seen so far. Viktor Petrenko is the leader. Kurt Browning is getting his final instructions from Coach Michael Uranek. The world champion is next when we return to Munich.
The good life is what Michael Uranek has on his Alberta ranch, a place to escape the pressures of coaching two world-class skaters, Kurt Browning and Lisa Sargent.
It's really a completely different life from skating. I really like it this way, and actually when sometimes coaches would say, oh, parents are phoning me all the time, and well, if they want to phone me, they have to phone long distance, which cuts down a little on their time, so I can do more my thing here.
His thing includes early morning chores, such as marking a newborn calf with wife Renata. Michael, in spite of obvious successes with Browning and Sargent, is the unknown man in figure skating. He moved to Canada after life at school in Czechoslovakia and continued his education at the University of Alberta, although coaching was not a priority.
It was a question of survival from the beginning. I went to University of Calgary. I studied engineering, and coaching skating, it was a great part-time job.
It was 10 years ago, and he was the only coach that always let me do jumps. And he didn't say much, he just kept going again. And I like that. And so I always just kept going to him, and when he was busy, I'd just skate around, do my own free skate, and wait till he was free. I went home and talked to my parents about him so much that Mom and Dad actually approached him at a competition and said, you know, our son really liked working with you. Is there a possibility of getting lessons?
And besides Kurt Browning, there is also Lisa Sargent.
It's a little more extra work because around the champions there is really extra work, extra demand on your time. So if you have two of them, it really makes it tough at times to really look after everything for them, what you need to.
Michael is the most modest of men, and he is a former skater.
Oh, I used to compete for a few years in seniors, in senior man category and senior dance. And I went, because I was studying at university, I went to university games twice. And I was never really top grade skater, but I was somewhere in there.
He certainly was, and when the skating is finished, there's always the ranch.
Well, Munich is a very special place for Michael Uranek. He and his wife Renata defected to the west through the Bavarian capital, and he hopes that Kurt Browning can create more fond memories this week as the skaters go through their final warm-ups. And Barb and Paul, what an interesting group we have out on the ice. Kurt Browning, Todd Eldredge, Elvis Stoiko of Canada, and Christopher Bowman.
Chris, as we watch them warm up, I'd like to point out that in the short program, there are 8 required elements, no more, no less, that must be executed in this program. They include a jump combination, the most critical element, which must be any 2 jumps executed back-to-back, consisting of double or triples. However, there should not be a step in between. They must do an individual triple jump, which must be preceded by some footwork steps, a double axel, a combination spin, a flying spin, and another spin of their own creation, which must have at least 15 rotations and 2 different sequences of footwork.
I'd also like to point out that Kurt and Viktor are virtually equal when it comes to their technical abilities, but what the judges are going to have to decide upon is which style they prefer, because their styles are completely contrasting.
There's Christopher Bowman. Todd Eldredge just fell. Is that important this close?
It's something that can rattle some skaters, where other skaters will just fluff it off and won't even let it enter their head.
Now, what's in Kurt Browning's head right now? He knows Viktor Petrenko has skated a brilliant original program, but he also knows that in Saskatoon, he earns a 6 for his original program.
I think knowing Kurt, all he's worried about is what his job is, and I think he's going to go out there and do that job.
He looked very good on warm-up. He looked a little tight when he first came out, and then pulled off a few triple axels, and he looks to have really relaxed. He's the first skater out.
Into the free program to give himself a chance. So here he is then, the 24-year-old from Edmonton in Alberta, Kurt Browning. He won't lack for support. Triple axel, triple toe loop, the same as Petrenko, and as good as Petrenko.
Well, there's the triple flip. Nerves of steel. Change of foot spin there.
Double axel, so easy.
Well, that was the mammoth double axel, delayed, superb.
What a reply. What a competitor. He's been off form for most of the year. It was the same last year. That's what they're hoping for, and they'll get very near it.
Well, I don't know how he does it, this guy. He has a season where he can't get it together. Come the big moment, come the World Championships, he skates like a true champion. Very, very difficult to follow that performance from Viktor Petrenko. Here we see the combination at the beginning, triple axel. He gets such height, 3.5 turns, really good check position on the landing, and pumps through to get 3 turns on the triple toe loop. Well, now I think this is all going to come down to the judges' preference. We've got 2 clean programs, both very, very difficult. Here's the triple toe salchow. Well, in fact, that's almost a Lutz. The difference between the toe salchow and the Lutz is whether the left foot is on an inside or an outside edge, and that really did look like an outside edge. And the double axel at the end. Now look at the delay on this. He takes the right leg through, pauses before pulling in to get the rotation up, and pull in when he gets to the top of the jump. That's a textbook double axel.
5.7.
So, 5.7s, 5.8s, 5.9 from the American judge. Very interesting. Margaret Weir.
5.8. Thank you.
Michael Hirnek, who trains him in Edmonton, alongside him. They are not quite as good as Petrenko's marks. And for presentation, 5.8s, 5.9s again. 1.59 down on Petrenko. But he moves into second spot, but that's where he was last year, and he ended up with the gold medal. He'll be happy enough, Kurt Browning.
5.8. Thank you. Todd Eldredge, USA.
We've seen the Soviet champion and the Canadian champion. Here is the American champion, Todd Eldredge, and he could be a wild card in this.
Yes, Chris. Todd is a technically strong skater, but he sometimes lacks the aggression to really put the program over.
The triple axel, it was performed, but he did touch down with his hand. Very nice triple Lux jump. Excellent speed through this combination spin. Petrenko and Browning, I like the way Todd goes out there and interprets his music. He knows his music. He's got a movement for it throughout. There's never a dull moment, never a stray arm, and that's important when you're going to get into this legal competition. I thought, except for the touchdown on the triple axel, it was a very strong performance, and I think that he will be up, should be up in the top.
Almost a sense of relief on his face when he was finished.
I think his shorts have given him some trouble before, and to get this under his belt has got to be a real confidence booster.
Just look at the triple axel. And a little low on the landing, but...
The hand actually didn't touch down, but came within inches of it.
19 years of age from South Chatham, Massachusetts. The two-time American champion. Said he was especially proud of his second championship because Christopher Bowman was there and he still prevailed. He was fifth in Halifax, and here are the marks for Todd Eldredge. The first set, 5-4s, 5-5s, 5-6s, and a 5-7 from the Hungarian judge. And the artistic marks. 5-8 from the German judge, 5-8 from the Hungarian judge. Those, though, are third place marks for Todd Eldredge of the United States. Now let's go down to Brian Williams with Kurt Browning.
All right, Chris, thank you. Kurt Browning, congratulations. Paul Martini mentioned on the telecast you seemed a bit nervous when you first came out.
Well, I might have been a little bit more nervous than usual. There's a couple of things different about this World Championships. One being without figures, it means a lot more. And two, I've been skating so well all week, I could feel a good program inside me, and I didn't want to blow it just because I felt a good potential. And those things made me a little more nervous.
I was sitting with Ted Barton. He says a triple axel, triple toe is coming. He's never done it. Is this the best original program you've ever had?
It's the most difficult, and I'd have to see it to tell you if it's the most enthusiastic, but I certainly feel good about it, and given the situation, I think it's probably one of the best I've ever done.
I remember standing with you a couple of years ago in Paris. You were second. I remember standing with you in Halifax. You were second. You're second again today. I know you don't try to be, but it's almost like you thrive on having to come from behind.
Well, it seems that Viktor and I always play this little game, and I guess I didn't see Viktor skate, but my coach said that it was absolutely a perfect skate program. And together, we seemed to give the audience a good show. I wanted to win today. I really did. I thought that program might have won, but Viktor came through in the short program again. Top three guys all the same chance to win tomorrow, and so we're all in a tie.
Do you do anything special tonight to get ready for tomorrow night?
I watch our pairs win. That's what I do tonight.
All right, the pairs are still to come. Thank you, good luck, and congratulations. Kurt Browning will skate tomorrow night. You, of course, will see full coverage on CBC. Kurt alluded to the pairs. Still to come tonight, the pairs final. Brassaeur and Eisler trying to become the first Canadians since Underhill and Martini to win gold. They, of course, did that back in 1984. That's still to come tonight. Up next, more of the men's original program, Richmond Hill's Elvis Stoico, when CBC Sports returns to the Olympiahalle here in Munich, Germany.
Welcome back to the Olympiahalle in Munich. What a group we have seen. Browning, Eldredge, Bowman to come, and right in the middle of it is Elvis Stoico, the youngster who will turn 19 next week from Richmond Hill and the Mariposa Club in Barrie.
As Elvis skates, I want you to take note of his knees in the landing of his jumps. There are dancers here who would just kill to have knees like Elvis Stoico.
Beautiful triple lutz. That was a nice start for Elvis. Preparing now for his combination, which will be a triple axel double toe.
An unfortunate miss for Elvis, but I think he's young. He's only at his beginning of his career, and I think with some experience under his belt, those kind of things are to come to him naturally.
What I've noticed about Elvis this year is that he's really improved on his artistry. He's really worked hard at it. Now he's got the jumps, and he's also got the package to go with it.
Aside from the difficulty in the jump combination, I thought for Elvis it was an excellent outing. He appeared confident, covered good ice, and finished strongly.
I thought all the other jumps he performed were very solid. The program was solid. And unfortunately, there will be a deduction for the triple axel, and it'll probably be in the area of about a 0.5 deduction, so that'll hurt him a little bit. Here's a look at that triple axel. He gets great height.
But it unfortunately looked like he just didn't prepare to break out of it soon enough.
Yes, he looked over-rotated to me. Here's a look at the double axel that he finished with. And that was very good and solid. And look at those bent knees.
His breakthrough was last year in Halifax when he was 9th after being 8th the same year at the World Juniors. But he seems to relish the role of learning from Kurt Browning, pushing Kurt Browning, and he certainly is the future of Canadian skating.
Well, there's nothing to make you want to work harder than you when you've got someone in your own backyard who's the world champion, and it's a real target to shoot for.
He's taken the positive approach. Vyacheslav Zagorodnik of the Soviet Union, who had trouble today, has been criticized for relaxing, being number 2 behind Viktor Petrenko. Now the marks for Elvis Stojko, and the technical marks are low because of the problem.
Yes, I think we see those marks reflect the missed element, and that's what the short program is all about. There is no room for error.
Well, the artistic marks should be much better, and here they come, and they are much better. Up to a 5.5 from the Hungarian judge, who ranks Elvis 4th. Overall, he will be in 5th place. Elvis Stojko of Canada. Christopher Bowman of the United States is warming up. He's next when we return to Munich and more of the 1991 World Figure Skating Championships. The most controversial, perhaps the most talked about skater here is Christopher Bowman of the United States, born in Hollywood. And I guess his story is potentially a Hollywood script.
Well, Chris, the controversy has come about because of his move to training under a fellow Canadian, Tyler Cranston, and we're going to see a really distinct and different Christopher Bowman out here today.
He looked a little bit unsure of himself on the warm-up prior to his skate, but Christopher always seems to be one that can pull it off when it counts. Let's see. That was a gorgeous triple Lutz jump with a triple toe. It doesn't quite have the difficulty of the combinations that Kurt and Viktor performed, but it was well done. He's on today.
Well, for Christopher, I thought it was an excellent performance.
He went out there and really moved that program out. That's something he hasn't always done with consistency, but he covered a lot of ice, especially in his footwork sections, and completed every element required to a T.
Well, it hasn't been easy for Tuller Cranston to make him a more focused athlete, but boy, the discipline showed today.
You can really see the little taller touches throughout the program. It sure is a different Christopher than we saw last year at Worlds.
Well, I mentioned the Hollywood script because erratic is the best way to describe his career. Last summer at the Goodwill Games, he improvised his whole program and said he skated like a total fool.
Here's a look at his triple lutz. Very clean. Into the triple toe loop. Very nice. The one thing with Christopher is he doesn't quite have the speed going into the jumps that Viktor and Kurt seem to have. Here's a look at the triple flip. Very nice landing.
He gave a performance that made you sit back and go, that's the kind of thing that Christopher Bowman has the potential to do at all times, but we haven't always seen it.
He was a childhood actor, and he has certainly thickened the plot here at the World Championships with the original program. And here are the first set of marks for Christopher Bowman.
Now the marks are a little lower than Viktor's and Kurt's, and that's because he performed a combination that was less difficult than they did. He chose to do the triple lutz instead of the triple axel combination.
We see him sitting there with Alan Burka, who is also a Canadian coach.
Now the artistic marks, and they too are impressive. He'll move ahead of his American counterpart Todd Eldredge, and he'll be right behind Viktor Petrenko of the Soviet Union and Kurt Browning of Canada. Christopher Bowman of the United States is third.
5.7, 5.8, 5.7. Thank you.
So his first World Championships, 19 years old, and awesome prospects in store. Let's see how he does. Martin van Mechelen. And his target will get into top 20 in the world and make that final group.
Well, there's the double axel to open the program. Beautiful triple loop.
And he looks composed.
He looks full of confidence. Still got the combination to do.
And of course all his top flight competition will have to be international. There aren't too many top flight figure skaters in Luxembourg. Well, that was the problem. It should have been a triple toe loop at the start. It was only a double, and he'll be marked down for that, half a mark.
Absolutely right. It just makes me wonder. The construction of this program seems to be a little strange. All the other competitors, or 90% of the other competitors, have put the combination first. That way, if something goes wrong with a triple jump at the beginning of the combination, you can leave the second jump off, and you've still got a chance to redeem yourself later on in the program. He was totally committed then.
Yes, looking down at my notes, he's the only one of the 34 to do the combination last. And I don't think the other 33 can all be wrong. So a flawed performance, maybe badly constructed, but I think there's a germ of real talent there.
Yes, certainly. The triple loop at the beginning of the program was very, very good. Good height. It's not an easy jump, to get a lot of elevation on, but he did a good job with that. Nice double axel. Here we see in slow motion the triple loop. No, we don't. We're going to see the double axel. Here we go. Forward, right foot, 2.5 turns in the air. Again, you notice Martin jumps clockwise. Here's the triple loop. You can see the free leg's a little high. In skating terms, we call that a wrapped free leg, and they will deduct marks for that position in the air from the presentation mark. The free leg should really be tight down with your ankles together. Here's the double toe loop. That should have been triple. You can see he opened very early. He had sufficient height. If he'd committed himself, stayed in there, who knows? He may well have got the combination out. And we're talking about that mistake possibly costing him as much as 10 places in this sort of field.
So the mark he's aiming for, really, to get into the top 20 is around the 5s, 4.9, 5.0. That's the kind of mark that should get him into the free program. But it's going to be a tall order after a mistake like that. Remember, a half mark off just for that one mistake on the combination. He's well short of it. 3.1 from the American, right up to 4.2. I think that's the widest disparity we've seen between the judges. A couple of 4.2s. No Luxembourg judge, of course, to sway any of the ones who might want to be swayed. And for presentation, 3.5 up to 4.5, so they can't really make their minds up about him. Yugoslav's been marking low all the way through. 4.5 a couple of times. The last 12 months, and a man with just a chance of a medal here in Munich. 4th in the European Championships in Sofia. Here's Eric Millot from France. Triple loops combination coming up now. Oh, half a mark off though with the fall on the triple toe.
That was a shame because the triple lutz was perfect. Good height on it, kept the speed going well, got very, very close to the barrier, and that could really have affected his concentration on the triple toe loop at the end.
Beautiful triple loop. Amazingly, he was 19th in the Europeans last year and moved right up to 4th in the 12 months. A staggering leap.
Yeah, he seems to have really improved over the last season. And I'm looking forward to watching the free skating program tomorrow. He's certainly giving this original program everything he's got. Here's the double axel, the last of the jumps. Good height on that.
Such a shame about the combination, or specifically the toe loop at the end of the combination, because otherwise he would be really threatening for a place in the top 5. He'd never really make a medal with the way the top 3 skated, but he would be pushing for a place just behind them.
Absolutely right. Seemed to lose his concentration a bit there on the combination spin at the end of the program, so there'll be deductions on that as well. Here we see the combination jump at the beginning of the program, triple Lutz. Now this really flew. Great height, got the arms in very tight, and a perfect position for the triple toe loop at the end, perhaps a little bit forwards. Right shoulder started to drop through the jump and wound up on the floor. You can see he was very close to the barrier though. This was the triple loop. Beautiful jump, this one. Good position in the air and very sharp on the landing. Clean, straight into perfect landing position. Spins were good throughout the program, except for the one at the end, where he looked a little tired. Concentration just went a little bit and slipped a bit as he was changing feet. I think the last probably 30 seconds of the program, he really seemed to give everything he got, and almost to the point of the program looking a little bit ragged. But as you were saying earlier, Simon, a much improved skater this season.
Eric is trained by Didier Gilhaget, the trainer of the ladies European champion. The ladies start off tomorrow. There he is, Didier, with wife Annick. And the marks for the elements wouldn't have been bad at all if you add the half a mark to them. 4.3 up to 5.0. And they'll be a lot higher for presentation. Early 5s right across the board, surely. 4.9 up to 5.5, and he moves into 8th position overall, with still 9 to go. Romania, 5 times national champion from Galati, 19-year-old Cornel Goche.
Well, there's the combination, triple Lutz, triple toe loop.
And a very stylish double axel.
Oh, what a pity. Triple flip. Well, that was a shame. He looked full of confidence. Seemed to be really enjoying the program. A program packed full of fun. And that really is a shame.
Yes, it was all going so well. Confidence really shooting across the rink from this young man. And then the triple flip. And then his hopes of getting into the top 10, going into the free program, I think took a hefty dive.
Well, here was the combination at the beginning of the program. Good triple lutz, great height on it. Very, very sharp, good timing. And followed by triple toe loop. Look at the height on that. Really not moving across the ice very fast. Did well to get as much height as that. Here we see the double axel. Again, good elevation, opening out nice and early to make sure of a good landing. And this was where it all went wrong. Triple flip. Good check position. Toe went in perhaps a little bit early. There should be a bit of a pause after the 3-turn. And just paying the price at the end there. That could be why he didn't quite make the full rotation with the top half of the body. Just snatched it a little bit. Maybe he was getting carried away. It's quite easy when things are going well, the crowd are getting behind you, just to rush slightly, get a bit overconfident, and then you just lose your concentration, and that sort of thing can happen.
Well, he's been accused of having rather subdued presentation until this year, but that certainly changed with that performance. A lot of character. He could be a good show skater.
Well, they've obviously worked very, very hard on the construction of the program and the choreography. His presentation is much improved this year, and it's great to see the crowd getting behind him as well throughout that program.
His choreographer Vitos Alunta and the coach Gabriela Montanou alongside him. Now for the elements then, 4.1 up to 4.9. German marking very high, and the Dane 0.4 above anybody else. Hoping for a place in the top 20, remember. 4.6 up to 5.3. Again, the German and the Dane marking very high. He's in 19th place. And now from Bulgaria, from Sofia, the home of the European Championships this year, the man who was 19th there, Nikolai Tonev.
Well, there's the double axel. A lot of preparation for that. Now that's double toe salcho, double toe loop with a turn in between as well. Now that should have been a triple jump in there. Travelling a bit on the change of foot spin.
Double toe loop.
Well, really, there didn't seem any attempt to do a triple one there, so we're looking at deductions for that as well. Must be a triple jump at the end of those steps. Very good position in the sit spins there. Needs to work on that, get a little lower.
But if you don't aim for the top, you're never going to get there. And that's a motto I think Nikolai would be strongly advised to listen to, because there was no attempt to go for that final triple jump, and it was a pretty muted performance.
Well, here's the double axel that was at the beginning of the program. There was a long preparation, stood on the back outside edge for ages prior to that jump, and it was still a bit forwards on the way in. Now the preparation for this toe salco was very, very steep outside edge into the 3-turn, which gave him a lot of swing through the jump. Very strange approach to a double toe salco. There we see he had to put a turn in before the double toe loop. Now, of course, remember the combination must include 1 triple jump, if not 2. So he's got deductions on that. Some of the spins were travelling. You can see on the marks on the ice there just how much that combination spin did travel.
So I'm afraid Nikolai is not looking for anything like a top 20 place. He's going to be in the bottom 2 or 3, that's for sure. Just a reminder that in the top 3 it's Bowman 3rd, Browning 2nd, Petrenko who leads, and the only man who could really upset that to come in the last group, Petrenko from Czechoslovakia, silver medalist in the European Championships for the last 2 years. But you're looking at Nikolai Tonev, who's not quite in their league. Release of air there as he sees the marks coming up. It's an awful moment. You know they're going to be bad.
Well, he couldn't really expect any better marks than that. There were plenty of mistakes through the program, and you just can't afford to make mistakes like that in this sort of competition.
Better for presentation, but not enough, I'm afraid, to prevent him from falling into last place of the 28. Still 6 to go. Stephen Cousins from Great Britain still to come, and also Petrenko from Czechoslovakia, who in fact lives in Cleveland now. 25-year-old David Liu. His second Worlds, he was 26th back in 1988. Nice double axel.
Yeah, beautiful landing position. Superb line in the camel spin.
Trained by another formidable skater, Jojo Starbuck. So you can be sure the choreography is going to be good. Down, I'm afraid, on the triple flip.
That's a shame, because the preparation looked good, seemed in a good position going into it, didn't quite make the full 3 rotations. Beautiful, expressive skating, this. I like the step sequence. All on the right foot, straight down the rink. Brilliant. Now that camel spin there, he was spinning on a forward outside edge, which is much harder than the normal back inside.
but double-footed, I'm afraid, on the Salchow there. Such a shame, the jumping, because everything else was a revelation. Beautiful to watch. Superb talent. Such a shame about the mistakes.
Well, that's confidence and experience, I think. Really, really good entry into that triple Salchow at the end off the Ina Bauer. Very, very good. Here's the triple flip. See if we can see. Good right knee bend. Paused well. Tight in the air. Just open out a little bit early. If he'd stayed straight, squeezed hard towards the end, who knows, he might have made it. Beautiful footwork. Lovely presentation throughout the whole of the program. Here we see the jump back sit spin. Good lines, extended free leg. Stretched all the time. I thought the spins were great. Camel position particularly.
Well, apart from the top three, artistically, I mean, for presentation here in the original program, I thought that was as good as anything we've seen. But of course, the marks will be subject to the mistakes on the technical side. You don't look too artistic if you've fallen down.
That's right. I think the softness and grace of the program was superb. I'd still say that Viktor Petrenko was probably sharper and more in control of the skate and the skating and the movement of the program. But nevertheless, this was a very good program.
Jojo Starbuck there on the left of the picture. Superb talent and a major force in the professional ranks as well.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what marks they give this. Love to see him perform a clean program. Certainly put the cat amongst opinions, that would.
Now for the elements, 3.5 up to 4.2. The Yugoslav marking the highest so far. Now, will the judges dare to go with it for presentation, as they should? Well, they are better. 4.7 up to 5.0.
Well, that's good to see the judges marking as they should do for the presentation of that program.
20 years old, Peter Kovacs. To start.
Well, that was very solid. Looks very confident. Needs the combination. Here it is, triple Salchow, double toe loop.
His first major championships, and he looks very confident indeed.
Well, really, he's got everything to go for. There's been so many programs with one or two mistakes in that a clean program could get him quite high up in the rankings.
Looks as if he's going to over-rotate there, but managed to pull himself in.
Yeah, he dropped the right arm dreadfully on the way out of that. I thought it was curtains for a minute, but he managed to get a good landing out of it. Not a particularly good jump back sit. He was spinning on a forward inside edge, should be a back outside. change of foot spin.
An orthodox ending, but for the most part an error-free program, and his hopes of getting into the top 20 I think will have been sustained by that.
Well, I hope so. It was a gutsy little performance, that. Here we see the triple toe loop. Good height on this, very, very sharp on the way out, really made sure. He's got a tendency actually to drop the right arm coming out of all his jumps. That's something he wants to watch, because if he gets a bit of lean on there, find it very, very difficult to hang on. Free leg's a bit high going into the triple salcho. Nevertheless, kept the right hip up and got it going. And there again, he saw the right arm very low.
So the degree of difficulty not really there. Here the double axel.
This one made my heart stop for a minute. Here we go. Right up, down, up. Hang on in there. And he did.
And looks pretty pleased with life. But now the judge is going to justify his good humour at the moment.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be on that panel now. They've got a real dilemma. We've had so many skaters that it's just almost impossibility to put a skater into a position without tying with somebody else.
Still he waits. But it's much less painful to wait when you know you've done yourself justice. Well, I think the judges have been a little severe on him. 3.8, how you can give 3.8 for a performance like that is beyond me.
Well, that's absolutely ridiculous. 4.8, 4.7, 4.8 is about where it should be.
Well, he's been butchered by the judges.
I wonder what the Yugoslav would give for presentation.
Just 4-0. I think he's desperately unlucky. He's not going to make the top 20. He won't be in the free program. That's the end of his World Championships, and I think he deserved a little more from that.
Peter Barna, Czechoslovakia.
The last of 34 skaters, Peter Barna, the Czechoslovakian champion, and he is a legitimate threat here.
Chris, I had the opportunity to see him skate from the European Championships, and I understand he was coming off of an injury then. And he looked great then, and with the additional time to work on that injury, I think we should expect a good performance here this afternoon.
Triple toe. It doesn't quite have the same difficulty of Viktor and Kurt's combination, but it was a beautiful combination nonetheless. And a gorgeous triple loop. He's on today.
Watching Peter, I'm impressed by the way he's going out there and he's giving us a performance. He's not just skating an original program, he's actually out there selling big time.
He has a great ability to interpret the music, and I think with that, he may even break into the top 3 here. He's having a wonderful performance.
Outstanding performance from the last skater in today's competition. It's going to be difficult for the judges because now they're going to have to remember back to whether or not they think this performance is better, equal to, or less than that of Christopher Bowman's.
He has brought the fans to their feet here at the Olympia Hala. Peter Barna of Czechoslovakia, and he has just erased the memory of last year's original program in Halifax when he was 9th. He certainly moved up in the long program to 5th overall, but this has erased the memory of that poor performance a year ago.
Well, technically, he's very equal to the program of Christopher Bowman. Here's the triple Lutz, triple toe combination, which is the same combination that Christopher Bowman performed.
Just a reminder, tomorrow night the showdown continues with Kurt Browning, Viktor Petrenko, and Peter Barna. And later this evening, Eisler and Brassaeur skate for gold in the pairs competition. And Barna and Bowman and Eldredge all could impact on how the judges decide who will be the champion this year, because they could take marks away from Petrenko or Kurt Browning.
Well, I think we're looking at a situation where tomorrow night that last group is just going to bring this house down. We've just seen some examples of skating today that if they all skate up to what they've executed today, we're in for an excellent, excellent final.
He has shown remarkable cool, waiting almost 2.5 hours to skate.
I would like to think that he did not get into this building until this event was at least half over.
Well, here come the marks for required elements. For Peter Barna, he has been the Czech champion since '86, and a 5-3 from the Yugoslavian judge, but the rest of the marks up to 5-7s, but the crowd not happy with that first set of marks.
As Barb predicted, he has moved ahead of Christopher Bowman into 3rd place, and it's just the sort of thing that he's probably wished for all his life.
Here are the second set of marks, and there's a 6 from the Hungarian judge. The Yugoslavian judge has him 5-3, 5-3 in a 5th place, but everyone else liked him. He's 3rd. And so, the final standings after the men's original program. Viktor Petrenko of the Soviet Union leads Kurt Browning. Peter Barna is 3rd. And what a day for the Canadians. Elvis Stoyko 7th. Michael Slipchuk is 8th. Peter Barna brings the men's original program to a spectacular close. The event had everything we expected and maybe a little bit more.
Well, the top 4 finishers this afternoon really made this a very exciting event. And as we all expected, the top 2 finishers, Viktor Petrenko and Kurt Browning. Now, the judges seem to prefer Petrenko's style over Browning's. However, that is irrelevant because going into the long program, any one of the top 3 men can win. And we all must remember that this is the exact same position Kurt is sitting in that he was in last year when he defended his world title.
Paul Kurt Browning happy with where he stands. So are the other 2 Canadians.
Chris, the top 4 were not the only ones to enjoy outstanding performances today. Our Canadians, Michael Slipchuk and Elvis Stoyko, also gave outstanding performances, although they had some minor problems in their original programs. They are sitting in an excellent position going into tomorrow night's long program, which has all the makings of being a classic.
It certainly does. We look forward to that. And when we return, we'll have the pairs free skate this evening. Brian, the Canadians here are excited, as I'm sure they are right across the country. This one has the feel of the Battle of the Bryans, that great showdown at the Calgary Olympics. Barb, it's pressure-packed.
It sure is, and we all know that Kurt is a pressure skater, and we know that Viktor hasn't been in the past. I was talking to Kurt today. He's very relaxed, but he's also not saying a word about whether or not he'll try that quad tonight. We do know he's going to have the skate of his life to win tonight.
Viktor Petrenko is the main challenger, but we can't discount Peter Barna.
Well, Chris, if there's any question about Viktor Petrenko, it's whether or not he can skate strongly for 4.5 minutes. He skated well at the Europeans, but such has not always been the case.
Peter Barna, currently in third position, may not be as technically strong as Viktor and Kurt, but he has the potential to put on the big performance. And Chris, one can never count out Mr. Bowman.
That's for sure. There are 2 other Canadians in the top 10 as well. They'll be trying to move up, and we begin with one of them, Elvis Stojko.
Und der nächste Läufer, next skater, Elvis Stojko, Canada.
The flag's flying here in Munich. Elvis Stojko. 2 years ago, he was 8th at the World Juniors, but right now 7th going into the long program. One of 4 competitors who could do a quad here tonight, and he told me right before the warm-up, he's going for it.
Well, he said to me that he has absolutely nothing to lose here, and he's going for broke. The quad will be the 3rd jump in the program that he'll attempt.
As you can see from the look on his face when he landed that, he was quite surprised. It just didn't go the way he wanted it to. I think we were looking for a triple axel there, and he just popped it into a huge single. I've ever seen a smile on Elvis's face like this before.
He made one in the warm-up, but it wasn't like that.
At the Canadian Championships, Elvis missed one of his triple axels, and he just slipped one in later in the program, so you might look for that later on.
As we saw with the trouble on that jump, it's going to be interesting to see whether he can maintain his concentration after being so hyped after doing the combination with the quad. 18 years old, and he's gone out there tonight. He's become the first man in history to do a quad in combination, and he is going to light this house up when he is finished.
What I like is the program just keeps building and building.
I don't think this audience is fully aware of what they've just seen. This performance is probably the best performance of his life by no doubt, and we have seen history here.
Now what we are witnessing, along with a standing ovation, is a rising star. There's the Canadian team, every member here tonight to cheer on the men. And Elvis Stojko is a name to remember for 92-94. Doug Lee, the coach, and they're delighted.
Chris, Elvis did make a couple of mistakes out there, but those mistakes are a result of hitting that combination. I mean, there's no one here who wouldn't be just absolutely thrilled after doing that in a world championship like this.
Excellent job.
Here's a look at one of his triple axels into a double toe. And this was a look at the triple axel that he pulled out of the second jump in the program. But he went on to put another one in the program. And here's a look at the quad toe. Look at how low he gets on that landing.
Here are the marks for technical merit, and they are good. 5.4s up to a 5.7 from the finish judge. There were 2 mistakes, but the difficulty of the program clearly taken into consideration.
You can see from the smile on Doug Lee's face that they're just ecstatic about this performance tonight.
There's the second set of marks. He's hoped for more higher artistic marks, but right now Elvis Stojko of Canada has made some history, and he's in first place. Warming up another Canadian, Michael Slipchuk. He's next when we return to Munich. Well, here's Michael Slipchuk from Edmonton and the Royal Glenora Club. He's hoping for a top 7 finish here, right now in 8th place.
Well, Chris, he's skating immediately after Elvis's outstanding performance, and that should be a big motivator for him here tonight. Pardon me, I can't get Elvis out of my mind because of the performance, but Michael opens with an outstanding triple-triple combination.
Triple axel is the next jump planned.
Trouble landing that triple Lutz jump, but Michael seems to be in a nice groove, and I don't think this is going to bother him too much. bit surprised, Barb. The first triplets gave him trouble. I guess he felt confident enough to go out and try it again, but didn't have any luck executing the second one either. To try and get a nice strong finish in. He popped in that last triple sow, and I think he comes out with quite a nice performance.
Well, I thought he had some really great moments, and then he also had some tough moments, but I think that he'll be pleased with that overall performance.
One of the questions was endurance, because at the Nationals, he really didn't have the conditioning. He spent almost a month off skates because of strep throat earlier this year.
Well, I think by throwing that triple sow cow in at the very end of the program showed you that he does have the endurance.
Michael's 4th World Championships. He was 11th last year in Halifax.
Here's a look at the triple toe combination. Actually, triple combination. That was his opening combination. Very nicely done.
It was interesting to watch as he skated. Both his coach and choreographer were there at the boards cheering him along. We see here one of the problems that he had throughout the performance, but on the whole, I was impressed by his outing tonight.
5.3, 5.1, 5.4,
and the marks for technical merit. 5-1 from the Bulgarian judge, up to 5-5 from the Hungarian judge. Michael seems happy. Jan Olmark's his coach, along with choreographer Kevin Cottom. Second set of marks are about the same for Michael Slipchuk. And the University of Alberta student is in second place. Welcome back to Quad Night in Munich. Next up, Christopher Bowman of the United States. He too has a quad, and we might see it.
Well, we all know that Christopher loves the element of surprise. And who knows, it's not planned in the program, but he might throw one in.
As a matter of fact, last week he said, "I've got a present for you," to his two coaches, Ellen Burka and Toller Cranston, and went out and landed a perfect quad. He currently stands for it.
Christopher nails that nice triple axel, and he's off to a fine start here.
Triple flip, triple toe, and he's on tonight. Who knows what he'll do? speed going into his jumps. He's very cautious, but he sure gets the height.
Is skating very well here this evening, and I can't help but notice a new subtleness and a new ability to be in touch with his music since he started working with Toller Cranston. Try tonight when we're 2 out of 3 with Christopher missing that, but a nice attempt nonetheless. Well, it's nice to see someone who's well known in the sport pass something on back into the sport, and I think Christopher is a fine example of that here tonight. Absolutely fabulous performance. His coach and choreographer Toller Cranston looks absolutely delighted with the effort, and I think we're seeing someone who may have found a new style, a new look for himself here tonight.
What I really liked about this program is that he fought it until the end. He gave it 100%. You could see him just giving it every ounce of effort he had.
89 silver medalist, 90 bronze medalist, and then he came off the rails until a trip to Toronto. A new coach, Toller Cranston, got him back on track.
I think a lot of people had some doubts as to whether or not this new look was really going to work for Christopher. I was one of them. After seeing this performance, I think it's something that's really going to go a long way for him.
Well, I think that Christopher still is a showman, as he always has been, but I think he's just more of a controlled showman now. Here's a look at the triple axel. Certainly one of the best we've seen here tonight.
And the first set of marks for Christopher Bowman, up to a 5.8 from the American judge. 5.8, 5.7. Fourth place right now, trying to get into the medal picture.
I really think that these artistic marks may be a little bit higher.
And there they are.
I can see that Toller is really wanting to crack a smile, but he's trying his best not to show just how absolutely delighted he is with this performance.
Christopher Bowman looking for a medal. Now let's join Brian Williams with two of our Canadian skaters, Stoiko and Slipjack.
Canadians have certainly made history at the World Championships. The first ever quad at the Worlds done by Kurt Browning in '88 at Budapest tonight. Elvis Stoiko from Richmond Hill, Ontario, a quad toe combination toe that is, what, 6 revolutions in about a second. When did you plan on doing this?
Well, all year it's been planned in the program, and I was just waiting for the right time and the right feeling to go out and do it. And all week it's been working really well, and you know, I just said, have fun with it, try it.
When you were out on the ice, as you were approaching it, what went through your mind?
Just go and do the quad, nothing else, just the quadruple toe, and that was it. The feeling, waiting, and just go for it.
A truly spectacular performance. Michael Slipchuk from Edmonton, you skate with Kurt Browning. You had a bit of trouble, but the good news is it looks like you're going to have 3 skaters. You will all be in the top 7.
Yeah, it's well, I guess it's been a good day. Skating after Elvis wasn't easy, especially when he goes out with performance like that, but I decided to feed off it, and I got the axle in the long, which I've never done all year, so, you know, I had a lot of pluses, and it feels good to end the year like this.
How tough is it to go out after someone's done what he did?
I think it's tough. I think the good thing for me is I know Elvis, I know what he can do, and so it was something that, okay, Elvis did his thing, I'm going to go out and do mine, and you know, I think it helped me, if anything. Maybe if it was another skater, it might have been different, but it helped me here.
All right, tell me, where is figure skating going? A quad toe, double toe combination. Are we going to see 5? I mean, where does it end?
I don't know. We'll just have to take one step at a time, I guess.
You took one giant step tonight. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Elvis Stoiko, Michael Slipchuk.
Brian, the 2-time world champion, skates for gold again when CBC returns to Munich in the 1991 World Figure Skating Championships after this. It isn't often the world champion gets an opportunity to relax. Kurt Browning enjoys every private moment, but there are times when his adoring public presses a bit too much.
The very first question I had after stepping off the ice in Halifax was, can you do it a 3rd time? I just about poked the guy. I needed just a few seconds to enjoy what had just happened to me.
Browning rarely displays tension, but when competition is only moments away, he makes sure there are no distractions.
My coach and I are probably just hanging out. He's probably keeping people away from me, and I'm bouncing around. Hopefully we're making jokes, and hopefully I'm in a real up mood.
Browning's coach has seen the 2-time champion's attitude change.
He's more mature, he's older, he starts to think more about his future. It's not only on the spot thing anymore as it used to be. He just used to live for the day he was having right then.
Kurt, like most champions, knows how to focus in on his defense, but he's also realistic about the future.
Still there. I know I have 2 more shots at being world champion again, but there's no guarantees. So I wanted to make this year count and really enjoy it. And that's why we went with the video and the TV special instead of lots of travel and stuff like that. Basically, I found them very rewarding, and I think I learned a lot from them too.
The frantic pace during his first year as champion took a toll. Settling on a couple of major projects this year was his way of, as he says, putting a focus to his program. Weeks of rehearsal for the recent CBC special taught him a new kind of discipline, a necessary ingredient in this important year.
I almost feel like this is the calm before the storm. I mean, next year's the Olympics, and I really want to stay healthy this year. I want to stay the kind of skater that I want to be, the kind of skater that gets things done when he steps on the ice. And basically, this year's been a really positive experience. Competitively, very positive, being Athlete of the Year, the couple of awards. I mean, those are very unexpected things. The TV special, those are all things that I got accomplished, and I really feel like I'm getting something done. So this was the year that I said to myself, I want to get things done before the hustle and bustle of the Olympic Games. Staying focused during the week of Worlds is actually probably a lot easier than people think. Once you get it to the site where the Worlds is being held, it's like a world inside itself, and you don't worry about what's happening at home. You just go to your practices, you eat right, you make sure you're getting some sleep, and time to myself is very, very important to me. And I know that all the other skaters are there, and a lot of exciting things going on around me, but I like to spend time in my room alone. I always take music with me to make sure that I have my music that makes me feel the way I want to feel. I nap if I want to. I write letters. And I just sort of conserve all my energy all week long for that one thing. And I think at night, I run through my programs. I just try and be the most positive person I can so that when I step on the ice, there's no looking back.
2 years ago in Paris, he was the underdog, and he came from behind to win the long program and the gold against Fadeev of the Soviet Union. Last year, he was second after the short behind Viktor Petrenko, but again he won. And now Kurt Browning of Canada looking for his third consecutive World Championship.
Really sure what exactly Kurt is going to try. However, we'll have to wait and find out.
Nicely executed triple axel. However, he went for a triple toe on the back end of it and did touch down with his free leg.
Pulled out of the quad toe. He did a triple, he landed it, it's fine.
It's so nice to see in these group of men how musically they are in touch with their music and how well they skate to it. Executed triple flip, triple toe loop combination. Technically, these triple combinations are what are going to set him above the rest of the crowd. But this was nonetheless a very, very strong performance. It's really going to put some pressure on Viktor Petrenko.
Well, I think Viktor is definitely going to have to come out here and skate a very clean performance. I don't think Kurt can lose without that.
He had only one minor mistake, a little touchdown in his free leg, and we can see from the Canadian kids here, they thought it was one of his best efforts also.
There you can see that sea of red here at the Olympia Hall, and some emotion from Kurt Browning. Oh, he's cool under pressure. In fact, yesterday he told us this is one of the most relaxed competitions he remembers. And I can't imagine in such a pressure cooker atmosphere, but he said there were no demands on his time. And Michael Uranek, I'm sure, is pleased as well. Kurt Browning's coach.
Well, I think Kurt has learned in the past year as world champion that he's got to space himself. Here are the marks, Chris.
And there are the marks, 5.9s across the board, 1.58 from the finish judge for Kurt Browning. He had that critically acclaimed CBC show on Sunday, Tall in the Saddle. Will he ride out of here with a world championship for the third time?
Well, Chris, they have left a little bit of room at the top of those technical marks, but Petrenko is going to have to be absolutely flawless if he wishes to beat them.
Thanks, Julie.
Second set of marks, 5.8s and 5.9s for Kurt Browning. He is first, and now the heat is on Viktor Petrenko. The challenger is next when we return to Munich and more of CBC's coverage of the 91 Worlds. Viktor Petrenko of the Soviet Union skating right behind Kurt Browning. Bronze in '88 when the Bryans fought it out in Calgary. Tonight he's in the eye of the storm.
Well, Chris, if this isn't pressure, I do not know what is.
Opens with a beautiful triple axel, triple toe. That was a triple axel. He chose to do the double toe on the end of it, but it was beautiful.
Barb, that shows real confidence to go out there and do your first jump, make it a triple axel. That is the epitome of confidence.
I don't think Viktor can make one more mistake.
Skating extremely well, Barb, but the one thing that's going to separate him from Kurt is the combinations. All of the jumps that Viktor's are doing is single, standing free all by themselves.
criticism of Viktor in the past has been his stamina. He's 1 minute away.
That he's got stamina.
Barb, I don't know if this performance is going to be enough to beat Kurt, but I am certainly impressed by the way he has risen to the challenge that was presented to him this evening. The crowd is once again rising to its feet because we have just seen one more outstanding performance. He is absolutely delighted with his own effort.
Well, both Kurt and Viktor made one small mistake, so it's going to be really interesting to see what the judges do with this.
Well, Bart, I think the critical point is going to be the combinations. Kurt did a couple of beautiful triple combinations that Viktor simply did not execute.
But Paul, it may all come down to the artistic impression as well.
It's a waiting game for Kurt, while Viktor Petrenko receives his standing ovation. What a performance by both these great athletes. And indeed, what a night of skating from the two quads to two great champions.
We are seeing an absolutely joyous young man. He has probably skated the finest performance of his life. To have it come at a world championship such as this is certainly a magnificent feat.
This has been so much fun, we'll have to do it all over again in Albertville.
Well, I think you're certainly going to see these two men battling it out neck to neck in Albertville. Look at the height he gets on this triple axel. All of these men can just clear the boards in an instant.
And his landings are so solid.
He puts it right back up into a nice double toe loop.
One of the differences this year, how aggressive he looks, like he's a man on a mission. I'm not sure those ladies are going to let him go.
I think these men have won the hearts of everyone in this building tonight.
21 years of age. A long wait, and here are the marks. 5'8", Todd doesn't like it. But Kurt Browning and the Canadians will. A couple of 5'7s in there. He'll need very high marks for artistic impression. Here's the second set of marks. There's a 6 from the American judge. Oh, it's going to be close. 5'9s, and there are 5'8s there. Remember, he was the leader after the original program, but it's not enough, and Kurt Browning has beaten Viktor Petrenko, but this isn't over because Peter Barna is yet to skate. And here is Peter Barna, the Czechoslovakian champion. He dazzled us with his artistry in the short program, and he is a real crowd favorite throughout Europe.
Well, Chris, Peter may not have the technical difficulty of the two performances we've just seen, but he's going to put in a fairly strong performance nonetheless.
Well, he may not have a triple axel in his repertoire, but he has a program that is just incredible.
He opens with an absolutely beautiful triple flip jump. As Peter skates, take notice of the crispness of his line all throughout the program, especially when he lands a jump. Some fatigue set in here, and I know that Peter was off earlier in the season, and I think we're beginning to see some of that come into play now. I certainly noticed that he tired near the end of this performance. He was currently in third place. Christopher Bowman has already put down an absolutely superb performance. I don't know whether this is going to be enough to keep Peter Barna on the podium tonight.
Well, I'm not sure. He did miss his most difficult combination that he had planned at the beginning, a triple X, triple toe. He didn't complete it. He did a double toe on the end of it, and I just don't think technically it was strong enough.
It's certainly evident by a performance like this that if you're going to be a competitor in the men's event at Worlds and you do not have at least a triple axel in your repertoire, you can't even have a half a hope of standing on that podium.
There's Kurt Browning. He has to wait for the marks before the celebration really begins.
Here's a look at that opening combination. He seems to have no problem with the triple lutz. It's very clean. Actually, he's a little over-rotated, and he goes up into the air and decides to do a double.
Peter's a soldier in the Czech army, and at times over the years he's missed competitions or not quite been ready because of military commitments. But it's been a good year for him.
Well, I think we saw an example of someone who just really hasn't had the time to get into the condition he would like to be in to attend this World Championship.
All right, is it enough for Barna to move up or to hold third place? First set of marks, 5 6s, 5 7s, and then the 3 5 5s. So this will be close. Barna trying to hold off Bowman for third place because clearly those marks take him out of contention for first. Now the marks for artistic impression, 5 8s for the most part, a couple of 5 6s for Peter Barna of Czechoslovakia, and he will remain ahead of Christopher Bowman of the United States. Here's the American champion, Todd Eldredge, who is in 5th place And he has a shot at a bronze.
Well, Chris, there's no doubt that any of these top men have a chance of standing on the podium at any given evening.
With that infamous combination triple axel, triple toe loop. And that was a beauty.
Followed up by a nice triple loop jump.
It looks like he's going to fight for that bronze.
Strong performance here.
I think he knows that the bronze is on the line and he's going for it.
pulled off a beautiful double toe, triple toe combination at about the 4:10 point of his long program. And as we watch him wrap this program up, I do not envy the judge's position one little bit in tonight's skating.
Todd Eldredge has them on their feet once again. A dazzling night here in Munich. And any discussion about future matchups of young stars like Stoyko and Urmanov, better have Eldredge in it because he's just 19.
Chris, we have seen an evening of men's skating that I don't think the world has ever seen like before. We saw 2 quads in this competition, and the last 6 or 7 men skated programs that 10 years from now would be absolutely unthinkable.
A Bavarian hat for an American champion. Quite a story involving Todd Eldredge. The people of South Chatham, Massachusetts rallied behind him to help him finance his skating career. They have a lot of fundraisers to raise about $30,000 a year to help him skate. His dad's a fisherman in the Cape Cod area.
Well, I think when they see this performance, they're going to be proud of every penny they spent on him.
Here's a look at one of his triple axels. Straight up into the triple toe loop.
Remember, Eldredge was 5th. Crowd not happy with the first set of marks that are now being announced. There's the range, 5.9 from the American judge, 5.6s from Bulgaria and Germany, trying to move up 2 places to a bronze medal. Now the second set. The crowd's still not happy, but this will be close. This is going to be very close as Eldredge vies for bronze. And he has done it. Eldredge, despite the boos and dissatisfaction from the crowd, has jumped ahead of Bowman, jumped ahead of Barna, and that performance has him in bronze medal position.
3 World Championships for Kurt Browning. You came from behind in Paris after the original. You came from behind in Halifax. Tonight, though, Kurt, you had to come from behind within the program when you missed the quad.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed right then, and actually a little bit of concentration loss going into it. I think I lost some confidence after the triple axel, triple toe was close. But there's a break in the program right there, and I used that break to get back into the ice, and that program felt 2 minutes long. I had a great time out there.
All right, your mother is here. We want to talk to Coach Michael Uranek. Mrs. Browning, come in. I know you want to congratulate your son. All right, Mrs. Browning, if you'll just stay here with us, let me ask Coach Michael Uranek. You got a few more gray hairs when you missed that quad. What went through your mind?
I'm not too sure if I can go any further with my hair, but I started to really think what's going on and whether he can pull it back together, and he really did. After the quad, I was waiting for the next jump, and the next jump was good and strong, so I knew it was going to be good.
Have you ever seen an athlete this gutsy? I mean, when you miss a quad, you're in front of these people, you're under tremendous pressure to come back with the combinations, the triple combinations he did.
I don't know whether it means so gutsy. He was certainly sure of himself. He knew what he can do and what he has to do.
All right, Kurt, I understand they're telling me you didn't know he'd won.
Well, it was so close, we were afraid to guess.
I didn't know either.
No, you didn't know either.
We just waited to see what would happen.
All right, I know you can't put them into perspective, but I was with you in Paris, with you in Halifax. Which is the most special?
Well, it was at home in Halifax, and it was a tough fight all year, and I think to have it end, that kind of a season end the way it did was the best. But this is the most rewarding. Everyone skated well, which is exactly the way it should be, and to still come out the winner when everyone skates the best is the perfect competition.
You seem almost relieved right now. Is that?
I'm not feeling much yet. I'm waiting for it to happen. I'm really happy, and I'm just waiting for it to happen. It's going to hit me soon.
All right, it's going to happen. Michael Uranek, congratulations to you, the world champion.
Thanks,
congratulations to you, and Mrs. Browning, congratulations. He's done it again. I don't know how you felt, but as you said, I was a little doubtful there for a while.
Yeah, we really were. We weren't quick enough to catch all those marks.
It was close. Kurt, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, we would have loved you for the silver, too.
Yeah, me too.
We'll return to Munich for the medal ceremony after this. Welcome back to the Olympia Halle in Munich for the medal presentations on a night perhaps unparalleled in men's skating history. Kurt Browning stands a cut above. The kid from Caroline has three-peated and just one more accomplishment left. A gold medal in Albertville. Listen to the crowd. Brian Williams, you were in Paris for his first gold medal. Did you think you'd be witnessing 3 in a row?
I really didn't, Chris. The first is always very special, but I think I have to agree with Kurt, as he said in the interview. Out comes Petrenko, that the real special moment was last year at home in front of the Canadian fans. But let me ask Paul and Barb, as again Petrenko, the silver medalist, comes out. Browning was a bit down. It was almost like he was relieved to get this over with.
Well, Brian, I think any time you come in as a defending world champion, you have got a lot of weight on your shoulders. And with him going out there tonight and doing that performance, no doubt he's relieved.
Well, a great champion is always pushed by great challengers, and Viktor Petrenko did that. And here comes the American champion, bronze medalist Todd Eldredge. And to skate from 5th to 3rd is quite an accomplishment.
The fact that we have 3 national champions standing on the podium just sets up Albertville like you wouldn't believe.
And CBC will be there to bring you all of the excitement. We had a battle of Bryans in '88, but this could be a 3, 4, maybe 5-man battle in Albertville.
The medals are awarded by...
Well, you mentioned winning on home ice, but in a way, this was a home ice victory for Kurt because Canadians made up the majority of fans here. In fact, the public address announcer welcomed the Canadians earlier today and welcomed their marvelous mood because they have made this a marvelous championship, and so is Kurt Browning. For the 3rd time, he wears gold at the World Championships.
Hermann Tichtel, President des Organisationskomitees. Mr. Hermann Tichtel, President of the Organizing Committee.
As we watch the men receive their medals, there's Viktor Petrenko giving the crowd a big wave. I can't get over how much history we've seen here tonight. We saw 2 quads executed in world competition. We saw a Canadian man become the first ever to win 3 consecutive gold medals. I don't think we're going to see an evening of skating like this for many a year to come.
How about 3 Canadians in the top 7? Elvis Stoiko places 6th. Michael Slipchuk is 7th. So the Canadians have had so much to cheer about tonight. And all that's left is the national anthem.
Well, it has indeed been a night to remember for Canada and, of course, these Canadian fans in international competition. It was great sport and, quite simply, wonderful entertainment. Kurt Browning is world champion for the 3rd year in a row. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow night at 8 o'clock local time. He indeed went for it and achieved it here tonight in Germany. And now for Chris Cuthbert, Barbara Underhill, and Paul Martini, I'm Brian Williams saying so long from the World Championships at the Olympiahalle in Germany. The wave of a champion from Kurt Browning.